Alright, we'll try this again. A third time. My internet is fucked up because of snow. Shitty weather. Oh, you were just fucking working. Now you're gonna play these games with me again? Let me see. We still got Bruno Brazil versus Kong Wong on. Fucking women's MMA. Waste of a fight on the main card. Or prelim main card. Get this shit off my fucking TV. Both these girls just like flicking each other with leg kicks. Nobody wants to see that. Nobody wants to see that. You know, like, rarely do you see finishes. I wonder what the statistics are on that, of how little of finishes there are in women's MMA. But there's not a lot. There's definitely not a lot, which is crazy. You would think that, I mean, they're tough chicks, I guess, but you would think that they just fold over. And they're like, nah, I'm good, but nope, they hang in for 15 minutes. Nice break to go get some food, go to the bathroom, run to the store if you're not far from a store. But it's definitely not the greatest time, the greatest fights to watch. Shit's terrible. Is this shit really low? Hello. I think it's effective enough. Let me see. Let me test this audio out real quick. Hello. Hello. Alright, it's making some noise. But UFC 312, this is my last time trying it this way. And then if it fucks up again, I'm just going YouTube. We'll see what happens, though. Alright, we might be working. So, Kong Wang just beat Bruno Brazil. Tom Nolan versus Slava Claus should be pretty good. I mean, arguably, on paper, this fight could wind up being fight of the night. Nolan versus Slava Claus. But we'll see what happens. Oh, shit. Alright, looks like it's working now. Thank you. It was a little cleaner like a week ago when it was fresh, but, you know, my hair grows really quick. How are you? How is Vea? She got bangs like Dora? Well, I haven't seen Alessia in a long time. Alessia has bangs. Like, what's his name? Anthony told me one of them followed me on TikTok. I was like, those kids don't even remember who I am. That's probably the time of their life that they block out. That's definitely a time of their life that they block out. Pretend it never happened. So, Slava Klaus versus Nolan up next. Should be a good one. Looks like we might be getting some glitching going on. Borscht Chev versus Nolan is what's up now. Who you guys got? Slava Claus or Nolan? It's like I was leaning towards Slava Claus. Then I actually looked at it. Slava Claus is 3-3 in the UFC. He's been doing win one, lose one, win one, lose one. So he's actually due for a loss. Nolan's young. Nolan looks like he has some clean striking too, so he might be pulling off the upset. He was a slight underdog in this one. We'll see what happens. Anybody got any bets on these fights? Who you guys picking in this next one? Nolan or Slava Claus? Let me see if I pop over there if it's going to fuck up. Did it fuck up? No, it did not. Not yet, anyway. Oh, yeah, it did. I'll fix that in a second. I look like Nautica. Who the fuck's Nautica? Come on, this stupid fucking thing. Benavidez versus Morel was a dope fight. I enjoyed that one. Who you guys got in this next one? Nolan or Slava Claus? Come on, switch back over to this one. Let's see. Oh, TikTok always playing games. Says the link expired. Probably like 6, 7, 5-fight main card. There's 2 more fights left on the prelims. Who do you have in the main event? That's the real question. Hopefully Strickland really comes to put on a good show tonight. He kept saying to the death, Dutchman. So hopefully they both come looking to kill each other. Yeah, I'm leaning towards Sean as well. I think the first fight was close, and the optics are what really affected that fight was the big cut on Sean's eye, so it made it look like the fight was a little bit more in Dreykus's favor, but that fight could have went either way. I always, when there's close fights, I go on MMADecisions.com, and not that they're any better than the judges, but you see how the media scored the fight, and that fight was pretty much 50-50. You know, the media, though, that score those fights, they could be a little biased. None of them are watching and scoring those fights with integrity or like it's their job. You'll find a lot of them, I think, don't like Strickland. But I got Tatiana Suarez and Strickland. Oh, I fucking hate Mark Goddard. I'm really getting sick of Mark Goddard's shit. Like this fight, early on the prelims, or a prelim fight, he'll let these two kill each other. But then when it comes to the main event or the co-main event, if he's the ref of that fight, he always stops those fights a little bit prematurely. Shit fucking pisses me off. Always. You'll see Goddard. Watch Goddard on the prelims and then watch Goddard on the main card. Two different referees. Always fucking cheats people, I feel, on the main card with his bullshit. Like, get the fuck out of the way, Mark Goddard. Let the fighters fight. You don't know. None of these fighters want you to save them. So, Nolan versus Slava Klaus. Nolan looks a lot bigger than Slava Klaus. Good body kick by Nolan. Shoots in for a takedown right after it. I feel like that's kind of what was shown as the weakness for Slava Klaus was his grappling. But he defended that takedown. Now they're in the clinch and they break out of it. Little teep for Nolan. Another good body kick. Spamming that body kick so far. I know he's fancying himself a striker, but I know Slava Klaus has a very good kickboxing background. Oh, Nolan's in on another takedown. Went for a body lock. Oh, there's got a little takedown there. Slava Klaus stands up. Nolan might mat return him again. What the fuck? Nolan just jumped on his back. Man, this thing keeps fucking up. Oh, Nolan falls off the back right there. But not a good round for him so far for Slava Klaus. Oh, Slava Klaus about to get submitted. Weird angle. He doesn't have the arm across to really cut off the blood flow. So yeah, Slava Klaus works his way out. He's going for like a power guillotine right now. I mean, I know Slava Klaus is now at Team Alpha Male, so he's probably feeling those every day in training. But yeah, those were good scrambles for Slava Klaus. Again, knowing that he's at Team Alpha Male right now. Oh, nice little left hook just landed for Slava Klaus. Catches a spinning back kick and lands his own low kick. Eats a left hand. Good body kick by Nolan. Couple of good low kicks for Nolan. Couple of punches missed for Slava Klaus. But yeah, I got this flu. Getting over this flu that everyone apparently has. Oh, Nolan's in on a takedown. He's going to get another one there. Slava defends it, stands back up. Spinning back kick lands on the guard for Nolan. Oh, big knee just barely missed for Nolan. Oh, good teep kick there by Slava Klaus. But I got to go that first round, Nolan. They both landed some strikes. Nolan, I feel like, landed the more effective ones, and Nolan controlled the grappling. Got the only takedowns. Oh, this shit's fucking up again. Couldn't capture the gamer program because it is closed. Round 2. This little spinning back fist almost lands for Nolan. Another good body kick by Nolan. Another spinning back fist attempt for Nolan. Misses. Ooh, good low kick there by Slava Klaus. Another low kick, but he eats a jab. Another body kick for Nolan. He's doing work with those body kicks. Nice elbow for Nolan. Good jab for Nolan. Another good jab. Couple good body kicks back to back for Slava. Slava looks a little winded though. He ate a lot of body kicks so far. Ooh, good right hand landed for Slava. Good low kick by Nolan. Oh, good straight left hand just landed for Nolan. Ooh, flying knee attempt misses for Nolan. Couple punches missed for Slava Claw. Ooh, spinning back fist just landed for Nolan. Takedown attempt for Nolan. He's in pretty deep. Good defense by Slava. Good knee on the break. Oh, but he going for a switch. He's got to use it to get up. Nope. Loses position and he's on bottom. That might have just cost him the round. Oh, guillotine attempt for Nolan. Another power guillotine attempt. Good job by Slava defending. Again, coming from Team Alpha Male, he probably has people hanging on his neck every day. Oh, Slava just ate a knee. I don't know if he's going to win this second round either. He's going to be down 2-0. Well, yeah. Probably 2-0 Nolan right now. So Slava's going to need a knockout here. Ooh, good right hook just landed for Tom Nolan. Tom Nolan looks good in this fight. And on a takedown attempt. Good sprawl there. Defends it. Oh, Nolan just landed an up kick. Landing some leg kicks while Nolan's on his back. Another good up kick. Shut up, Joe. Get out. Go. Get out. Go. Get out. Good girl. Go. Get out. Go. Little low blow action. Oh, fuck. Yeah, he's got to stop this fight. That's his only chance of winning. Slava Claus kind of shit the bed in this one. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. But yeah, what he's doing now will not be enough. He might take this round, but he's not going to take this fight. Definitely not enough. What the fuck? Come on, Grand Canyon. What the fuck you doing? Mr. Decision. Slava Claus definitely laid an egg in that one. On a different topic. Jack Jenkins for Santos is up next. I'll be back. Let me grab myself a drink. Shit, Joe. Who you guys got in this one? Jenkins or Santos? I saw the sports book was sleeping on Jenkins. They got Santos, the favorite. Jenkins as the underdog. Going with Jenkins in this one. Who you guys got? Jack Jenkins or Gabriel Santos? Last fight on the prelims. Man, Tai Tuivasa is looking huge. Like, dude doesn't even train anymore, is what he looks like. Looks like a super heavyweight. Oh man, they're fucking up in Australia. Round one, about to start. Good low kick by Santos to start out. Little feeling out process for both guys. Ooh, good body kick landed for Jenkins. Santos lands one of his own. Good low kick for Jenkins. Santos sends one right back. Little left hand hits the guard for Santos. Good low kick for Santos. Ooh, good body kick for Jenkins. Both guys swing and miss. Little low kick from Jenkins. Body kick for Santos. Good low kick for Santos. Oh! Jenkins just dropped Santos with a head kick. That's what they were just saying as he was walking out, too, is everyone talks about his low kicks, but he said his right head kick is his best weapon. He's landing some ground and pound right now. Santos is trying to control him. He looks like he's there. Oh, throwing up a triangle. He's got that triangle. Oh, my God. Santos has a deep triangle right now on Jenkins. And I do not like the way Jenkins is defending this. He is not defending it at all. Right now, it's Jack Jenkins versus Gabriel Santos. Jenkins just dropped Santos with a head kick. But now he's in a triangle choke, a tight triangle choke. He looks like he's good. He's not reacting or panicking at all, but it's deep. Oh, he's trying to pull out now. Trying to stack Santos. Santos is trying to finish. All right, Jenkins looks like he's got some room. He's got out. That was tight. So Jenkins works his way out of a triangle. He's on top now. Minute and 45 left. I need to see the replay of that head kick. Jack's winning right now. He dropped Santos with a head kick early. Almost ended the fight. Then Santos threw up a triangle and had the triangle on for like 30 seconds. Slowed the fight down a little bit. But now Santos has popped back up. Couple little knees from Jack Jenkins pushing Santos up against the cage. Santos was hurt, though. He was definitely on autopilot throwing up that triangle. He was rocked. Jack Jenkins hit him with one of those looking at the ground and then threw up the head kick. And now they break off the cage. Santos in on a takedown, and he's got it. So that's going to be tough right there for Jenkins. He did all that work, landed that head kick, but now he's on his back at the end of the round. Santos on top right now in half guard. They're both just pummeling. Nothing's landing. Santos is trying to cover Jenkins' mouth so he can't breathe. Oh, I wonder how they're going to score this round now. You might have to score that round. If you're going damage, Jenkins, but tough round there to score. That's going to be subjective to what you score fights, how you score fights. Jenkins won on damage. Santos won the grappling. Santos controlled him for longer. I don't like the way Santos got taken down so easily, though. He needs to do better with that, defending the takedowns. Definitely needs to do better with defending the takedowns. Yeah, it was a nice head kick. Round two. Good body kick for Jenkins to start. Oof. Santos just skimmed Jenkins' forehead with a head kick right there. Straight left hand misses for Santos. Another good body kick for Jenkins. Good low kick for Santos. Seems like Santos is trying to return that head kick. Keeps throwing him. Oh, Santos shoots a takedown. Jenkins sprawls. Santos misses a knee. Ooh, good straight left just landed for Santos. Ooh, good little sneaky uppercut just landed for Jenkins. Ooh, he just landed another little head kick, but didn't land it fully. Definitely toes to the face. Another little left hand lands for Santos. Good chin being displayed so far by Jenkins. Little teep to the body by Santos. Jenkins shooting a takedown of his own. Santos just reversed him. Yeah, I don't know if I like the takedown attempt there for Jenkins. I feel like he's better at range. Santos is the better grappler here. Good knee to the body by Santos. He's got Jenkins pushed up against the cage right now. And he gets another takedown. Jenkins made the mistake right there of even trying to engage. Should have just stayed at range, striking. Now he's on his back. Closed guard, but he's got to do something. Jenkins is trying to work his way back up, but he's being held down right now. Couple little forearms, elbows from Santos. 2 minutes left. Jenkins got to do something, otherwise he's going to lose this round. Some little ground and pound punches. Couple little elbows from Santos. Jenkins regains his guard. Good elbow from Santos. Oof, another good elbow from Santos. Yeah. Jenkins lost himself this round by shooting a takedown. Another good elbow from Santos. Spent majority of this round on his back, just eating little ground and pound, elbows and punches. And right now, he seems like he has no answer of how to get up or any offense off his back. He's trying to hold Santos, keep him from hitting him, but Santos is doing a good job of landing short elbows. Another good elbow. Another good elbow. No good right now for Santos or for Jenkins. Yeah, that round's going to be an L for Jenkins there. You might be down 2-0 depending on how they scored that first round. I mean, I'd go damage on that first round. I'd go Jenkins. I'd go Santos that second round. Could be 2-0 Santos, though. That first round was close enough. Round 3 coming up. I think Jack Jenkins is going to need a knockout or a stoppage of some kind. Round 3 coming out. Oof. A head kick lands on the guard for Santos. Little low kick for Jenkins. Oh! Just landed a front kick to the face. And now Santos in on a takedown. Up. And he gets him down again. Immediately puts a hook in. Up. Jenkins stands up. Now he's got Santos on his back. He is standing up. Could try to shake him off. Santos looks pretty comfortable there, though. Not a good spot right now for Jack Jenkins. Jenkins was definitely rocked from that front kick to the face there. Oh, now he just broke Jenkins down. Looking like Jenkins is going to lose this one. I was a little surprised that he was such a big underdog, but I guess Santos is legit. Jenkins definitely fucked up going for that takedown in the second round. Everything went downhill for him after that. Oh, he's under the neck. And that's it. Santos by rear naked choke, round 3 over Jenkins. Jenkins is going to rewatch that fight and hate himself for going for that fucking takedown. And my parlay hates him for going for that fucking takedown. He was looking better on the feet. And something must have just been uncomfortable. Went for like a really far out takedown, got sprawled, started the grappling exchange. If I show the fight, they take my TikTok down and I get banned for a week or a month. So you are a goober. Man, Jack Jenkins really fucked himself right there. So, main pay-per-view will start in a few minutes. Prado versus Jake Matthews will be the first fight. I mean, Santos looked good. Santos seems like he's a contender. at 45. Impressive win there for Santos. Frozen. They got me. Who you guys got on these main card fights? You got Matthews versus Prado. Jimmy Crute versus Bellato. Justin Taffa versus Taliesin Teixeira. Weili Zhang versus Tatiana Suarez. And Dricus versus Sean Strickland. I like Prado, but I think he's young. I think Matthews is pretty seasoned. I'd imagine Matthews is going to use his grappling. Main card about to start. ESPN Plus. Who you guys got tonight, Strickland or Dreykus? Who do you think won the first fight, Strickland or Dreykus? Like, in your eyes? I don't think Strickland's ever had a rematch, but I'd imagine he's a guy who can make the adjustments. Part of what makes Strickland so good is that he spars so much. And then Wei Li versus Tatiana. I'd be surprised if Wei Li wins. I think Tatiana's going to ragdoll her. If Wei Li's going to win this fight, she's going to win it with her striking. Thank you for the share, Tiny. Thank you for the follow, Moneybags. I'm going Matthews, Bellotto. What was the other one? What the fuck was the third fight? Oh, Teixeira, Tatiana, and Strickland. That's what I'm picking tonight. No Joe Rogan tonight because they're in Australia. Who's going down as the greatest of all time? Dreykus?
This is incredible, and I'm so grateful to be here. First of all, this my God's insane. We got a lot of Australian talent, but you just spoke about it now. That main event tonight, Strickland taking on Plessis again. There's a lot of bad blood. There's big rivalry. We're going to see tremendous action. These fans, Sydney,
They have a fucking lag on their audio. They have a pretty bad lag on their audio right now. Who you guys got tonight? Dreykus or Strickland? Also, Strickland with the mustache. I feel like you get power from a mustache like that, like aura from a mustache like that. So with the Tatiana Suarez, Tatiana's 34, so she's not quite there yet, but Whaley's 35. And I always talk about it. The statistics of a 35-year-old in a championship fight are abysmal. So history says Whaley's going to lose tonight simply because she's 35. You do not win fights at the age of 35, especially championship fights. So we'll see what happens with that. I think it's like 2 or 3, and like 40 is a 35-year-old in a championship fight. Other than heavyweight and 205. Anything below 185 and below, 35-year-olds do not win title fights. Then if you get even outside of title fights and you just look at fights in general, 35-year-olds usually lose to the younger opponent. So we'll see what happens with that. So first up, we will get Jake Matthews versus Prado. The main event probably starts at like 12:30. Why do you think I'm a casual? But there's 2 title fights, so maybe like 12:45. The main event will probably start. Who do you have in the main event? Reese Humphrey? That's the real question.
The stars are out on the road to Munich.
Man, Grand Canyon really fucked me today. The main event is not on. Up first is Jake Matthews versus Prado. Main event should be on at like 12:30. One would think. There are 2 title fights. Usually, when there's 2 title fights, the main event gets on a little late. But yeah, right now is Jake Matthews versus Francisco Prado. Who does everyone have winning the Super Bowl tomorrow? The Eagles or the Chiefs with the help of the referees? I like Prado, but he's young. He could land the knockout blow in this fight, but more than likely Jake Matthews grinds him out. Yeah, that Andre Fiallo knockout surprised me. Will Jesus pay for the genocide of the American Indian? I don't know what you're talking about, David Garcia. We're just trying to watch some UFC here.
All right, Francisco Prado, get ready to walk those photographs.
Oh, so I didn't even see that. This is Francisco Prado moving up to 170. I didn't realize that. That's always interesting when you see guys move up. Usually they're a little bit healthier. But I don't think cardio was his problem. I think grappling. But yeah, just 22 is always tough to pick against the guy when he's young, because you never know the improvements that he could come in with. Who do you guys got in this first one? Jake Matthews or Francisco Prado? So Prado has apparently started working with American Top Team as well as moved up to 170. Yeah, Prado was an underdog, I believe. I do like Prado moving up to 170. Usually, guys, I feel like if they're too big for the weight class and the weight cut is such a problem once they move up, they have a lot more success. And again, 22. When you're 22, you're still getting better in the gym. Jake Matthews, though, was once that young 22-year-old. Right now, it's Matthews and Prado. Bellotto versus Crute is next. After this fight. I think Bellotto wins that one as well. I think Bellotto. Even if Jimmy Crute wins, that's just a fight. I would always bet against Jimmy Crute. I feel like he always finds a way to lose. Fights that he's supposed to win. And even when I looked at it, Bellotto seems like the better fighter. But fighting, you never know. I think the odds are pretty close. But yeah, Jake Matthews only 28. I feel like he's been around for a minute. I think he's got 20 UFC fights. And I feel like he was a wrestler for so long. Now he's definitely got way better striking than he's shown in the past. But I don't think you can strike with Prado. I think Prado's good. Prado's got knockout power. The Topuria fight was earlier. He looked pretty good. You know, he's inexperienced as far as professional fights, but he's been around for a minute. And the guy he fought was undefeated. Oh, so Jake Matthews is 30. I thought he was 28. This fight should be good. This is a good way to pick up the card. Open up the card. I don't know what that means. What is that emoji? Cold? But yeah, his brother looked good. Yeah. Definitely 2-3 years. Forget. I mean, Georgia's not that far off, though. Georgia, like, you wrestle as a little kid in Georgia as well. Like Topuria, I'd imagine the brothers the same. They were grapplers before they were strikers. And you see a lot of that part of the world, other than Saeed Nurmagomedov, and I can't think of anyone else. They're all grapplers. They're all, like, Marab, all those other countries that neighbor Russia. They all have very strong grappling backgrounds. And I think all of them, it seems, work their cardio by swimming upstream. There is that one fight, though, where you've seen Ilya get tired. I forget who it was against, Zalal or Falal, where he was wrestle fucking the guy early on, but then he gassed. And ended the fight, like, running, gassed. They got Matthews at a 240 favorite in this fight. I got Teixeira. I'm not impressed with Tafa. I feel like he's just a very one-dimensional. His striking's not even that clean. And supposedly Teixeira is pretty good. He only had the fight on the Contender Series, but that guy's a very highly touted right now. And he's big. Like, Tafa could probably make 205 if he leaned out. Teixeira is like 6'7", I think, or 6'6". He's a big dude. And those are usually the fights that Tafa loses at heavyweight. He beats the guys that are around his size or a little bit bigger than him. The bigger heavyweights wind up going to his decision with him and beating him. But you never know. Heavyweight, you really never know. So we'll see what happens with that one. But I'm going Teixeira. If I'm picking these upcoming fights, I like Matthews. I like Bellato. I like Teixeira. I like Tatiana Suarez. And I like Strickland. That's the fight I'm most torn on, though, because I could see Dricus winning as well. I feel like people sleep on Dricus because he's unorthodox, but unorthodox doesn't always mean bad. It's actually tough to deal with sometimes guys that are unorthodox, and then the strongest attribute of Dricus is that he's durable and he's tough. Oh, good right hand just landed for Jake Matthews. Prado was pressing him. Jake Matthews definitely looks bigger than Prado. I mean, Prado is swinging, though. Matthews looks crisp, but Prado's throwing 3 or 4 punch combinations. Oh, both guys swinging and missing. Swinging heavy. I think people just like Zhang as the underdog because she's never been the underdog. I like Tatiana winning that fight. I was just speaking about it before. If you look it up, the age of 35 is not a good time in MMA. Right now, it's Jake Matthews versus Francisco Prado. People over the age of 35, other than heavyweight and light heavyweight, people over the age of 35 are, I think, 2 or 3 and like 40 in title fights. And then if you go outside of title fights and you just look at 35-year-olds, 35 and up fighting anyone younger, they usually don't win. For some reason, 35 seems to be, or not for some reason, just father time, but 35 seems like it starts to be the cutoff when people start. Oh, nice uppercut landed for Matthews. But 35 seems like the age in combat sports where you start declining a little bit. Prado is throwing heavy shots, though. Just one of those got to sneak through for Matthews to be in trouble. Matthews is doing good defending so far. Working low kicks. Oh, little glancing left hook just landed there for Prado. Good body kick for Matthews. Matthews definitely got real clean with his technique, though. He used to have a lot of problems, I think, in striking, and he looks very improved the last few fights. Prado swings so heavy though. Only takes one. I know he moved up from lightweight, but he looks good left hand, just good left hook just landed for Matthews. Prado looks smaller. Like Matthews isn't the biggest welterweight, but Prado doesn't look like a welterweight in here. Good right hand just landed for Matthews. I'd say Matthews is winning the round so far. Prado's mostly anything he's landed on the arms, on the guard of Matthews. Matthews has landed a few right hands, some body kicks. But yeah, I don't know. I saw everyone kind of picking Tatiana to win, but I'd imagine people are betting Zhang because she's an underdog. Oh, Prado's in on a takedown. He gets a body lock and a trip. So now again, subjective scoring. I had Matthews winning on the feet, but now a takedown at the end of the round, some control. But Prado's hasn't landed one strike. He's not doing anything with this takedown. And Matthews is up on a single leg, and they're up. Good body kick from Prado. Good left hook just landed for Matthews. Prado's got a little cut. A little cut on his forehead now from that last left hook. Matthews landed a few of those left hooks. So those spinning back fist at the end of the round for Prado. I'd say 1-0 Matthews. I mean, I'm watching it on ESPN Plus. I'd imagine you could try any one of the streaming services. Whatever the kids are using these days. I mean, you got to find them. You don't know any of them. They have shit in like the algorithm that if you say them on the chat, I've done it before, they accuse you of illegal activity. So try Google Sports Surge and see what that does for you. So round 2 coming out. I got it 1-0 Matthews so far. Good jab just landed for Jake Matthews. But yeah, I feel like Jake Matthews used to be way more of a grappler. He's definitely gotten way better, way crisper in his striking. Look like a little clash of heads. Good body shots from Jake Matthews. Nice little right hand just landed for Prado. Good little left hook just landed for Prado. Matthews kind of rushing in with his hands down. He's got to stop doing that shit. Keeps throwing like these walk-in knees. Kind of like the knee that you saw Kevin Lee get knocked out with in that gym clip. He's got to stop throwing shit like that. Keep your hands up when you're stepping in. Failed takedown attempt there for Prado. Ooh, good knee just landed for Prado. Little right hand on the break for Matthews. Good jab for Matthews. Backs Prado up. Good low kick for Prado. But Prado right now is on his bicycle just dancing around the outside. Significant strikes are close, though. 38-35, according to their stat keeper. I feel like the fight I'm watching, though, has been more Matthews than Prado. Prado's been landing a lot on the arms. Anything significant that I've seen was mostly landed by Matthews. Ooh, good uppercut. Good body. Good right hook to an uppercut for Matthews. Prado shoots a takedown, gets stuffed. Now they're up against the cage. Prado pressing Matthews up against the cage. Couple little short knees from Matthews. Same as when Prado got the takedown, he didn't do anything. Now he's got Matthews up against the cage, and he's just not doing anything. Kind of catching his wind. 2 minutes left in the round. And I hate the way that they judge sometimes where control helps. They need to judge damage more than just pushing someone. Like right now, Prado's controlling Matthews, pushing him up against the cage. He hasn't thrown one strike, though. Matthews has thrown more strikes in this position. There's a knee from Prado. Matthews returns a knee. Another good knee from Matthews. Minute and 30 left. Both guys just exchanging little short knees in the clinch. Nothing significant landing. Prado changes levels, goes for a takedown, winds up in a guillotine, and they break. Nice little low kick for Prado. Minute left. I mean, Prado looks tired. 9 minutes into a fast-paced fight. Good little right hand landed for Matthews. Little uppercut misses for Matthews. Matthews looks like the fresher of the two right now. I don't know about that. They do that, though. I would say 2-0 Matthews. So the cut on Prado was caused by a headbutt, according to the replay. Round 3 coming out. Who do you guys got winning Pereira versus Ankalaev? That fight's coming up. Nice low kick there for Prado. Start the third round. Ooh, nice little left hook. Just landed for Matthews. Another one. He's pressing Prado right now. I feel like Prado, he's only got like a minute of cardio in this round. He was definitely looking tired at the end of that second round. Big swing and a miss from Prado. Good body kick for Prado. Little glancing right hand lands for Matthews. Yeah, Prado definitely looks small for 170. Oh, little right hand lands for Matthews. Body lock for Matthews, going for a trip. Prado defends. I mean, right now, Prado's only chance is to land something wild in the exchange. It seems like everything Prado does, Matthews is reading pretty well. Yeah, they're scoring. The people that are counting the punches in this fight are counting them incorrectly. They're hearing like arm punches land, and they're giving Prado connections for that. He's punching his guard. Like Matthews, I don't think has a mark on his face right now. But they're trying to tell you that Prado landed whatever 60 punches. Prado's face has a little bit of lumpage on it. Good low kick for Prado. Prado's done some good work on that front leg. Matthews' front leg is a little red. Ooh, good left hook just landed for Matthews. 2:30 left. That was one of the more effective punches of the fight. Oh, another little headbutt there as Prado tried to change levels. And now Prado's got Matthews pushed up against the cage. Oh, what are we doing here? I got Matthews winning at the moment. TikTok's playing a little game with me, though. Matthews definitely won the first 2 rounds, winning the third round so far. Yeah, Matthews is looking like he's going to win these parlays for people. Competitive. I wouldn't call it close. Competitive rounds. But clear round wins for Matthews. Man, TikTok playing games with me. $40 left in the third round. Prado's done, though. He's shooting takedowns now. Just trying to not get hit. So this should be 30 seconds left. Should be a 30-27 for Matthews. That's what it's looking like right now. Ten seconds. Nice little solid performance from Matthews. Prado definitely is undersized for 170. Clearly looked undersized. Matthews isn't a big welterweight. The story of the fight was the left hook for Matthews landing repeatedly. Next up, Jimmy Crute versus Rodolfo Bellato. Oh, they got me. So 30-27 Matthews. Nothing crazy with that performance, though. Just the win. Ugh. So this next one should be a entertaining little heavyweight scrap. Contemplated retirement. What the fuck? Next one, Jimmy Crute versus Bellato. I'm going Bellato. I can never bet on Jimmy Crute. I feel like he's very unreliable. Very unreliable. Who you guys got in the next one? Bellato or Crute? Man, I fucking can't stand Mark Goddard. What the fuck are they interviewing Mark Goddard for? He's such a fucking goofball. If I had a least favorite referee, it would probably be Mark Goddard. But I guess they are inducting Kelvin Gastelum versus Israel Adesanya into the fight wing, the Fight Hall of Fame. Definitely a great fight. Kelvin, though, I remember talking to Ali Abdelaziz one time about Kelvin. And we were like, what's up with Kelvin, man? And he was like, Kelvin's got some problems. Kelvin's got some stuff going on. And I was like, what do you mean? And he was like, he can't put the weed down. Can't put the weed down. So, like, all those times you saw Kelvin Gastelum have trouble with the scale, that he was having trouble, he couldn't cut to 170, it's because he smokes too much weed, gets the munchies, and that's why Kelvin always used to have problems making weight at 170. Was because all Kelvin does is smoke weed. I don't know if he still does. Haven't spoken to Ali or Kelvin in a long time, but apparently used to be a very bad pothead, even at the height of his career. Like in this Adesanya fight when he was at 185, he went up to 185 because he chose smoking over making 170. But make sure you go to the TikTok shop, because I was just talking about that. They'll always try to throw some restrictions on my live. They do it all the time. But go to the TikTok shop, get yourself some stuff. Get yourself some beer taco bombs. That's the one thing. If I was going to buy something in the TikTok shop, I want to buy those bombs that you put in the meat and then you make the beer tacos. I've heard they're pretty good. I've seen some TikTok videos of people making them. But TikTok shop's got everything. Don't even go food shopping tomorrow. Just buy stuff off the TikTok shop. Shut up, Mark Goddard. You dick. Hate Mark Goddard. Can't stand him. I get it. If a guy's hurt or knocked out, sure, you stop the fight. If he's choked unconscious, sure. But when a guy gets rocked and he constantly stops the fights on some bullshit. Again, earlier fights and prelim fights, he'll let those guys kill each other. But the main event, the co-main event, the best fighters in the world, he always stops those fights a little bit prematurely. And it's like, bro, you're not doing this guy any fucking favors. He's clearly a warrior. Ah, they got me. Your live contains themes that some may find uncomfortable and has been restricted. Related goods content. Come on. Come on. How do I dispute this shit? What? Oh, they fucking got me. See, like I was saying, TikTok always be on that bullshit. Always is on that bullshit, TikTok. Always on that bullshit. But please do me a favor, all you guys in the TikTok chat. Throw me a follow. I'm going to hop out and restart it before these last 3 fights, because TikTok's playing games on me. But throw me a follow. I'm going to be live again in a minute, 2 minutes, just because TikTok always got to play these games on me. Hold on, YouTube comments. I'm coming. Thank you, user 243. But everyone else, throw me a follow. I'll be live again in a minute with the commentary for the last 3 fights. Always playing games with me, TikTok. Always. Always on that bullshit, TikTok. Hold on, YouTube stream. I got you. Yeah, there's no freedom of speech. It's fucking terrible. My TikTok name is Stan the Man MMA. For Dustin Poirier's final fight, I honestly wasn't opposed to the Paddy Pimblett fight that they were talking about. I think Strickland. I had Strickland win in the first fight. I was saying earlier. I always go on MMA decisions, and I see not that they're the best judge, but I see what like the media members scored it, and it was like a 50-50 fight. It was like down the middle. I think the blood, which was from an accidental headbutt, wound up changing the scoring a little bit. But yeah, there's no freedom of speech on these apps anymore. I was talking about Kelvin Gastelum's extracurricular activities and smoking and what the fuck? No reason to ban me. My TikTok name again, Stan the Man MMA. I have a YouTube Stan the Man MMA. I think it's the Stan the Man MMA show or something like that. But I got to start. I was going to go live on that channel tonight, but apparently once you click live, it takes 24 hours for them to let you go live, and I've never gone live on that channel, but eventually. So Steeler Nation, who's winning the Super Bowl tomorrow? The referees or the Eagles? I saw one meme on TikTok or one like video on TikTok where it had like Kurt Angle as the referee, and it showed like someone being the Eagles, someone being the Chiefs, and the Eagles were winning, and then the referee grabs them, dumps them. That's probably what's going to happen tomorrow. Referees is going to have a big influence on that game. Sadly. But again, the Dustin Poirier fight, I wasn't opposed to the Paddy Pimblett fight. I feel like Paddy Pimblett's getting to that point. I'm rooting for the Eagles. But I mean, realistically, Conor. I want Conor and Dustin Poirier to have another fight. I think the UFC needs to get that fight done. Even though I think Poirier probably smokes him. And then for the Strickland DDP, I feel like if anyone's going to make the adjustment, it's Strickland. I think part of what makes Strickland so good is that he spars so much and he trains like a fucking animal. So I think that he'll definitely have the ability to make some adjustments in this fight. But again, DDP is the best shit fighter in the world. And I think his unorthodox and toughness and everything makes him so effective. I could see him. It's a 50-50 fight. I'm rooting for Strickland. I'm picking Strickland, but if DDP wins, I wouldn't be like, how the fuck did that happen? Especially, I think the DDP that we're seeing in these title fights is not the DDP, the Dreykus that we saw leading up to the title fight. He seems like he's coming to his own a little bit. So Teixeira has Pereira in his corner. Yeah, I'm rooting for the Eagles. I hope Saquon Barkley rushes for 200 yards, gets 3 touchdowns, but I'm sure there's going to be a moment tomorrow, I think, where Saquon breaks for 60 yards, gets a touchdown, and then they're going to throw a flag and be like, nope, bring it back. Holding, offensive encroachment, illegal guy downfield, some bullshit. And it's crazy. I saw Travis Kelce. They do like the Radio Row every Super Bowl. I saw like that goofball Travis Kelce and even Roger Goodell, the president of the NFL or whatever the fuck he is, all saying like, this is not true. There's statistical evidence that shows, like I think the last 12 games of the Chiefs, they've gotten less penalties called on them than the other teams. It's not that it usually should be 50-50, or there definitely has to be somewhere they should have gotten more, but the referees are clearly calling the game for them. And sadly, it's all because they want Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce on the field kissing at the end of the game. That's it. That's what they want. They want the announcer to be like, Taylor Swift, let me ask you a question. How do you feel about the Super Bowl result? Like, I don't give a fuck about Taylor Swift. Get her the fuck off my TV. I don't think anyone puts on a football game to see what Taylor Swift is saying. They're trying to captivate women and get women to watch the Super Bowl, which is disgusting. Do it a better way with good football. Yeah, he's no Brady. And it would be remarkable in that it would be the first time it's done, but it won't be remarkable when you know what the fuck you watch that makes it happen. Like that Bills game was fucking terrible. Terrible, the refereeing in that game. Like, even that last play, who was it? I forget who. Like, Kincaid or Coleman, or who was that last play where they missed, they didn't catch the ball, but they threw a preemptive flag and Casey caught the ball to make sure, like, we're not letting this fucking game go to the Bills. And then that whole play where they got that first down, like, I forget who it was, but they got the first down. Then Josh Allen got the first down, and they didn't mark it either time for them. And then even when Josh Allen didn't get the fourth down, there was encroachment or offsides on the defense, and they didn't call it. It was just such a bullshit game. And then you see it on TikTok, Instagram, all the apps. They show all the penalties that weren't called. And it's just insane. I've seen it. I watch too much football to see that it's not rigged in the Chiefs' favor. It's terrible refereeing. They call so many plays in favor of them. I saw so many people saying they were going to boycott the Super Bowl because of it. I'm going to watch it still. I'm still going to bet on it, but I just hope my touchdown parlays hit. I don't really care who wins. I'm really rooting for the Eagles. I do not like the Chiefs. I'm not a Travis Kelce fan. I like Patrick Mahomes, though. I do like Patrick Mahomes. I would say I'm a Patrick Mahomes fan. I don't like Kelce. Kelce ruins the Chiefs for me. I like his brother, but his brother was on the Eagles. And I like Saquon Barkley. I don't care about the Giants and that he left the Giants. I'm unfortunately a Jet fan. But I like Saquon Barkley a lot. So I'm hoping Saquon Barkley has a huge game, makes the difference in that game, and winds up winning it for the Eagles. I hope he does so good that it's undeniable. But it would be, I guess, cool to see the first three-peat, but at the same time, I don't want it to be the Chiefs. I liked Brady. I actually really liked Brady. When people hated on Brady, I liked Brady. But they were cheating too. I feel like that was the case with Brady too, but then even then, the refs were not, in my recollection, the refs weren't as bad for the Patriots as they were for Mahomes. So Crute and Bellotto are starting out now. And even if the refs were so bad for the Pats, for the Patriots, they never would have had the Deflategate. They wouldn't have let that come out. Like, they tried to stop Brady from winning. I don't think they liked Belichick. I don't think the NFL liked Belichick. That's why Belichick's no longer in the NFL. So there was no, you can't tell me that they used to rig it as much for the Patriots as they used to for the, or as they do now for the Chiefs. You know, I bet on football, so I watch it like a hawk. And I've seen just the refereeing be terrible. Nice spinning back kick from Crute. Oh, Teixeira just went for a body lock takedown and wound up fucking up, and now he's mounted by Crute, which is not good. Now, what is he doing? He just tried to stand up, almost got rear naked choke. Now he's got Crute mounted on top of him. All right, he got out. Now he's in half guard. But he went for a terrible throw right there, and Crute just, like, surfed on top of him and landed in mount. Oh, that's tough for Bellotto. Now he's got Jimmy Crute on top of him. 3 minutes, 20 seconds left. But yeah, rooting for the Eagles. Really hope the Eagles could pull that out tomorrow. Some little ground and pound for Crute. I mean, Teixeira's Brazilian. I guess this guy's a striker. He looks a little lost here. He keeps trying to just stand up, and Crute's not letting him. All right, he's trying to scramble now. He's in north-south. He's coming up on a single leg. Yes. I said that as well. I think the mustache gives him some aura. I just hope he comes out and tries, like, to win this fight. Like, puts his foot on the gas and tries to stop Dreykus. Like I saw him keep saying leading up to the fight, to the death, Dutchman. I hope he comes out like that. So Teixeira just tried to get up, couldn't get up. Now he's back in half guard, on bottom. Now this is going to come down, and I wonder how Teixeira's cardio is. What's up, Moscad? But yes, I think the Strickland mustache gives him some aura. Some nice butterfly work there from Teixeira. All right, now he's looking a little bit better. He's trying to kick Crute off, lands a little up kick, trying to scramble, almost gives up his back, gets back into half guard. Good elbow from Crute. Yeah, I saw Izzy and Alex hanging out in the stands. I saw on social media too. Like, it's funny, you know. Izzy won the last fight, but Pajeda won the majority of them. But then Izzy was winning majority of the fighting. And they were sitting next to each other, and it was Pajeda, and he was like, Chama. And he put the camera on Izzy, and Izzy looked at him, and then went, Chama. Like, what else are you going to say? You going to fight the guy again? It's cool to see when guys get respect for each other like that, though, after they fight. Fighting's very personal, so they become very close. You know, like, you learn a lot about somebody when you fight them. And the respect usually goes through the roof. But I see that you said the fight's personal. I don't know if this one's personal for Dricus and Strickland. I feel like last time was more personal. Now they probably respect each other. Like, that's one of my favorite moments from a press conference ever, is Dricus. When Dricus wins, I'm a fan of Dricus. I know a lot of people don't like Dricus. I like Dricus. Ooh, big knee from Crute. Oh, shit, nice right hand from Crute. But the last press conference when Strickland kind of snapped, and Dricus, or the last fight press conference, oh, big right hand from Crute. He just rocked Teixeira and dropped him. All right, Teixeira might survive this. 10 seconds left. But he just got wobbled. So definitely 10-9 Crute there. Oh, a couple big elbows. Get out of this, Teixeira. What are you doing? Defend yourself. Oh, Teixeira's in trouble. But I like from the last fight at the press conference, he was like, you think your dad beat the shit out of you? I'm going to beat the shit out of you. Like, I'm going to beat him up worse. And you saw Strickland, like... And then Strickland turned to him and was like, I'll take your fucking soul. I will kill you. I will take your life. Or whatever he said to him. And then Dricus started laughing at him. Like, Dricus is one of the bros. Absolutely one of the bros. Where Strickland is kind of like a hillbilly white trash, I think Dricus is like one of the bros. He's just Dutch or South African, whatever he is. Like, my favorite Dricus moment is he did an interview on an Australian podcast with some, like, prank guys. And they were like, you versus how many Alexa Grassos would it take to beat you? And he was like, all of them. And then they were like, what would you do against him? And he was like, I would just be like, ah. Like, that's the way he would grapple 100 Alexa Grassos or fight them. He would just start licking. And that shit had me dying. So I became a Dricus fan. Plus, usually fighters who catch a lot of hate, I become fans of. And I feel like Dricus catches a lot of hate. And then the more I watch of him, I'm like, this guy seems fucking funny. Yeah, Strickland's always talking shit. Part of me is wondering, like, Strickland might, the one thing, like, sometimes you see guys talk shit and then they lose, and you're like, oh, like I saw Strickland talking shit about Khamzat, and not that that's why he's gonna lose, just like, that's just the way luck happens sometimes. Like, right now, we want the Strickland-Khamzat fight, but we might lose it because just the way the fight gods work. Oh, Bellato is getting fucked up by Crute here. So I'm guessing Bellato's more of a striker. Crute landed a big right hand. He's got Bellato in trouble here. Yeah, Bellato's about to get knocked out, it looks like. He's still wobbly. Unfortunately, I had Bellato in my parlay. Oh, a couple uppercuts from Crute. Good body shot from Bellato. Yeah, Bellato's about to kill parlays, I think. I mean, he's still in it, but Crute looks fresh. Crute's landing the more strikes. Crute dropped him in the first round. Yeah, like sometimes when you see fights, you see guys get dropped, and they almost get like knocked out or concussed. Their cardio gets zapped. That's what Bellato looks like right now. Chin's in the air. He looks like he's a little wobbly still. 3 minutes and 15 seconds left in the second. He's still in it though. He just needs good. He just landed a left hook. He just needs Crute to slow down a little bit, and then he could have a shot at this. Good low kick from Bellato. Oh, there's a takedown attempt from Crute, and Teixeira looks like he has terrible takedown defense. Oh, he's up. He's up. All right, that's good for us though. Crute looks a little. He just took a deep breath. Now we need Teixeira to just like wake up a little bit. Spinning back kick misses for Crute. Good jab for Crute. All right, come on, Bellato. He keeps landing a good calf kick. He's got Crute switching stances a little bit. The worst is that we got Mark Goddard as the referee in this fight. So again, it's like he could have stopped. He would have stopped that fight if it was someone else in that first round. If it was the main event, he would have stopped that fight in the first round. Hopefully, that Mark Goddard is reffing right now means he's not going to be in the co-main event or the main event. Little blood out of the nose right now from Bellato. Minute and 45 left. I need Bellato, another calf kick. I need Bellato to start throwing some straight right hands. Oh, he just threw on and missed horribly. All right, Crute's breathing heavy now, so now it's even Steven, even playing field now. Oh, he just landed a right hand. Oh, he just landed a big uppercut. Come on, Bellato. Good jab for Bellato. Bellato's got Alex Pereira as like his main corner right now, yelling all the instructions to him. Ooh, good right hand just landed for Bellato after a good body shot. Crute ate it though. Crute's tired though now. Crute has fatigued. All right, I'll be here. So just the reason Bellato's not going to win, it's a close round. They have it 36-35 on strikes. The reason Bellato's not going to win this round, though, is body language. He's just like fumbling all over himself. He's got a little blood coming out of his nose. Ooh, good right hand for Bellato. We need something big here to steal the round, Bellato. Come on. He's got Crute hurt with the calf kicks. He's just not able to capitalize on it. Ooh, spinning back kick almost landed for Bellato. Crute pushes him. Throws one of his own. Ugh. Yeah, I got a lot of trolls. Always trolls. But I'm good with trolls. I don't mind trolls. I'm a troll myself in some circles, so troll on troll crime. It's alright to me. Probably 2-0 Crute right now. You know, they're not scoring those calf kicks heavily, so that's definitely Crute's round. 2-0 Crute right now. We need Crute to hit the wall. Gas out. Uh, I don't agree with that. Best way to blow up on TikTok is a betting channel. Give the worst possible picks and stand by them. I don't want to be a fucking goofball. What do you mean? Oh, another right hand just landed for Crute. All right, Kevin Iole thinks Bellato edged out the second round. I don't know if the judges are going to see it that way. Bellato may have stolen background too. All right, a couple people are thinking that. All right, some people have it a 10-8 first round. So this is going to be an interesting scorecard, this fight. I need Bellato right now to clutch up. Up. Good takedown defense there. Crute just got a takedown. Bellato was able to pop right up. Hopefully that takes the last of the wind out of Crute. Crute's got a hurt leg right now from those calf kicks. He's trying to get into grappling range, but Bellato's not letting him. I need Bellato to clutch this up right now. I think the best way to blow up would be to make accurate betting picks, not wrong betting picks. Not a lot. A little bit. A little something. Do I know you, aim and miss? Because I try to avoid talking about my bets. Because I know some fucking jinxes. I know some mushes that should hang out in bathrooms when fights or any type of betting is done. Come on, Bellato. Clutch this up. You really going to embarrass yourself in front of Alex Pereira? You made him come all the way to Australia to be in your corner? He could be hanging out in the crowd right now, hollering at bitches. Instead, he's wasting his time in your corner. And now he goes for a takedown. You don't need a takedown, Bellato. I don't like the way that second round was, so I need a stoppage for Bellato here. Otherwise, I think he's going to lose 2-1. Close fight. Everyone thinks it's a closer fight. I mean, the fight I watched, I got Crute winning. I hope I'm wrong. Minute 45 left. Come on, Bellato. Minute and 20 left. Clutch up. Do MMA cards sell well? What do you mean? Like fight cards or collectible cards? I don't know what you mean by that. I mean, Bellato's significant strikes, 22-16. But even there, I think the people who count those significant strikes are morons. They never do that accurately. They're just pressing a fucking button. Like they were giving Prado significant strikes. Prado was landing punches on the fucking elbow. Making a sound, sure. Ooh, good right hand by Bellato there. Yeah. Same as any sports cards. The thing with sports cards today is different than when I was younger. The thing with sports cards today is there's so many inserts. So you could find the right inserts. You know, Conor McGregor autograph. Bro, you want it? Who, like, something that's crazy, least noticed since seen trading card wise? Nah, there's definitely a following for it. Something I saw recently. Nah, same as anything. Each card's worth something. Something I noticed recently is this fucking poster is actually worth like a few $1,000s, which is fucking crazy. Thank you for the follow, Dave Hundley. But you know, this thing is what do we got? 1 of 125. And it's got McGregor's autograph on it. Couple of good fighters on there. No, I definitely shouldn't sell it. What do you mean? You collect things. You don't fucking just sell shit. I hope Bellato fucking stole that fight. Hopefully, the judges see Alex Pereira in the corner and they're like, Chama. Hopefully, Bellato stole that fight. I don't think he did, though. It all comes down to that second round. I mean, Jimmy Crute's body language is fucking terrible. He ain't acting like he won this fight. Come on, Bellato. Let's go, Bellato. Up. It's over, but we have a delay, so that means it's a split decision. Or a draw, maybe. Crute. Oh, it's a draw. The fight was a draw. 29-27, one judge, and then the other two judges had it 28-28. So that means the first round, judges scored it 10-8. Crute, they scored rounds 2 and 3, 10-9 for Bellato. I'm good with that. That keeps open my parlays. They get knocked down a little bit because that fight winds up being a no result. Man, they need to book Tai Tuivasa a fight. Did he retire? I don't think he retired, but he looks fucking huge. Oh, here we go. Some breaking news for locations. I don't want locations. I want fights. Oh, all right. Mexico City, Brandon Moreno versus Urseg on February 21st. Oh, no, on March 29th. Tickets on sale February 21st. They're doing Ursig dirty, making him go to Mexico to fight Moreno. Miami, Florida, April 12th. Montreal, Canada, May 10th. Who do they even have? Who's the big Canadian fighter right now? I know they used to always have GSP when they went there. Like, is there a big Canadian fighter now? Another reason I like Dreykus always has a bad bitch on his arm. Like, he's walking in right now, his chick looks good. I mean, Strickland's chick is alright, but Dreykus's chick is hot. We'll take a draw. Whether you have Crute, whether you have Bellato, we'll take a draw. All right, Strickland's chick looks good tonight. Sometimes I see her and I'm like, ah, she looks good tonight. You know, Strickland had that champ money for a little bit. And he's definitely giving this chick mustache rides with that mustache. If you have a mustache, it's always good to give your chick mustache rides. Take that advice from me. So now we got Teixeira versus Tafa. Hopefully, Teixeira wins this. I do not like Tafa. I don't know how he's the feature fight on a pay-per-view card. That shit's crazy to me. No, your parlay is good. That fight, it'll come down. Whatever the win was, it'll come down a little bit because that fight winds up being like a no result, a scratch. So that fight doesn't count on the parlay. Yeah, I usually nights that I have draws, I wind up winning because it saves parlays. Anytime there's a draw. Again, aim and miss. Do I know you? Are you George? You're asking me questions like you know me. If I ever did sell merch, you got to sell the basics. You got to sell shirts. You got to sell hats. You got to sell beanies. Oh, that guy. So you know all about the jinx. Remember how I told you years ago? I told you years ago how your brother was a jinx. That now I can't even talk bets with your brother at all because he's such a fucking jinx. Even talking about him right now, I gotta stop because I've had moments where my parlays are on. I'm about to win fucking hundreds of dollars at least, and he'll call me or text me, and everything goes to shit instantly. Instantly, you cannot tell me he's not a jinx, and it's because of how he bets. He has no respect for like the luck of betting. He uses the word locks when there's no fucking locks. You could see there's no locks on anything. There's no locks in fighting. There's no locks in betting. It's a stupid fucking word to use. It's a way to set yourself up. Like about a week ago, 2 weeks ago, he bet a minus 1,400 team and fucking lost. And that's you're a jinx. That's what I'm saying. You're a fucking jinx. You gotta go watch the movie A Bronx Tale, where they're rolling dice, and the fucking guy, every time he bets on something, they lose. So they're like, put him in the bathroom. Get in the fucking bathroom. Put him in the bathroom. That's your brother. Put him in the bathroom. He can come out when the bets win. But now, if you will, I got to build up something before I start making merch. Yes, the serve streak. The merch that I would make now, if I get back to interviewing fighters, I would try to make like collab shirts with them and do like I remember we used to talk, like one time we made a deal with a couple of people and we just never did it. We were going to make like Menace and collab shirts. We were going to make one with Gilbert Burns. We were going to make one with Craig Jones and like donate the proceeds. Give them the proceeds, and we would just use it as like marketing for us, but we just never got around to it. But I would make like MMA themed shit, novelty shirts. Right now, I'd make like fucking Trump doing jiu-jitsu or Trump boxing or any novelty shirt, like a cartoon version of Strickland. Like a lot of things are, what is it called? Fuck, I can't think of it. But you have like free something, I forget what it's called, to use like people's likeness a little bit. Like you could put like a picture on a t-shirt. I'm getting into merch heavily recently, how to make it, what to make, cards, acrylic items. Bro, the number one thing you got to try to do is learn. I've been telling you this, is you got to learn Photoshop and Illustrator. That way you can design things and then get them turned into something. I'm pretty sure. How do you use a 3D printer? You probably use fucking Illustrator or something like that for 3D printing too. What program do you use for 3D printing? Need Taliesin Teixeira right now. Taliesin Teixeira. No Justin Taffa. No Justin Taffa. Him and his brother. Put them on the fucking prelims. They are not pay-per-view caliber fighters. There was a time, I mean, granted, it's 20 years ago, but like the UFC, the pay-per-view was the best fighters in the world, like the cream of the fucking crop. Justin Taffa would have been the first fight of the night. Even facing Taliesin Texeira, a prospect, first fight of the night. Hopefully Taliesin Texeira doesn't suck. I did not see his Contender Series fight. I only just looked at his record on Tapology. Yeah, the funny thing I was talking about, hopefully I don't get banned for talking about him, but how you saw how Strickland went off this whole media week. He was talking shit about Kamzat. He was calling everyone an R word. I can't say it because of TikTok. He was talking about the guy Luigi, and he was like, props to Luigi. If you have a 3D printer, you can take out the healthcare CEO. But apparently Luigi, I don't know his last name, but the guy Luigi who killed or took out the healthcare CEO, he made his silencer on a 3D printer. You went to American Top Team and didn't get a Bobby Lashley autograph? Yeah, that's rough. Bobby Lashley was there for a minute. Now, I just saw it came because now they have AEW apparently has a deal with HBO. I just saw him on the TV the other night in an empty arena. AEW is so terrible that they even exist. They're trying. I love that they're trying, but they did. So I don't know what they did wrong that they can't fill the venues, and they have all this overpriced talent. Like I saw this one clip, this video that talked about wrestlers that left WWE, and went to AEW, and they got like their salary doubled, but how do they generate the money back? It's crazy. Like Bobby Lashley used to make like $1 million in WWE, now he makes like $2 million in AEW. All right, Texeira looks game so far. He landed a little head kick. He looks very big compared to Taffa. Hopefully he doesn't get clipped here. All right, he's going for a takedown. That's a good strategy against Taffa. Taffa's probably a white belt in jiu-jitsu. Couple good knee. Ooh, good elbow. Ooh, good elbow from Texeira. Finish this. Finish this. It's over. Texeira landed a big elbow, followed up with some ground and pound. First round knockout for Texeira. Right on, Devin Torres. Taliesin for the KO. TNA's always been around. Not that they're so much making a comeback. They're definitely... They made a deal with WWE to like loan out their talent. And I'm sure what WWE is going to do is send some talent there. But AEW has a lot of talent. They have good wrestlers. They're just not doing the right shit with... I don't know what they're doing. That they can't fill the arenas. It's actually insane to me. That they can't fill the arenas. So now I could really use Strickland and Tatiana Suarez. Oh, big elbow. He flattened Taffa's nose with an elbow. Oh, that was amazing when IShowSpeed Speed got speared. He didn't cushion for that or anything. He got whiplash from that. 100%. You saw it in slow motion. Yeah, the Royal Rumble was good other than the winners. The winners was terrible. They should have had John Cena, and they literally should have went off who got the loudest ovation and let that person win. They need to write that shit like on the fly. They had Charlotte Flair win the Women's Royal Rumble. They should have had Alexa Bliss or one of the girls that have been there all day. And then all I've seen is clips of Alexa Bliss. She got the biggest ovation. Nobody wants to see Ric Flair's skank daughter get handed shit. And then I've said it before. John Cena, on the fact that he has the most Make-A-Wishes alone, should get a glorious end to his career. not have to fucking job to The Rock's cousin. So what was that? What did that say time-wise? I don't know what time-wise was, but early in the first round, Taliesin Texera with the KO. Do you know what I watched recently, George? Just because I was in like fight mode and I was in streaming mode. I watched, and it was fucking terrible. I hope he got the report that it was terrible and he does better because he has the ability to do better. Was Aiden Ross's fight card, Brand Risk. It was the worst fucking fight card I've ever seen. The worst production I've ever seen. Then at one point, I'm like, oh shit, it's like he did something good. He's got a bunch of dancers, exotic dancers, and he's like, here's a little break for the exotic dancers. And then he puts goofy fucking FaZe Banks and the other goofball, what's his name? QXC or XCC or whatever the fuck the guy's name is, the weird gray blonde haired guy. He puts them in the ring to dance with the girls, and they're like blocking the camera, like acting like they're cool, throwing money. It's like, get them the fuck out of the ring and let me see the girls. Like, what are you doing? I don't want to see these fucking goofballs. And then he's like, I have great special guests. He brings out Jorge Masvidal and Sexy Red. Sexy Red was the worst fucking thing about the stream. Yeah, he had all these elite streamers. I mean, he's a fucking idiot. He should have had Bryce Hall or some of these people he knows fight. Some of these people with remote skill. He wound up having... Man, what's the guy's name? He had one streamer guy that can fight. And the guy didn't even look good. The guy H2O. He fought on the Jake Paul. He got knocked out not too long ago on one of the Jake Paul cards. I forget what his name is. But very terrible card. I was disappointed in Aiden. I had way higher hopes. Bro, get Tai Tuivasa a fight, bro. He looks like he's 325 pounds. He looks massive. He looks like he drinks bacon grease. Oh, I'm really pulling for Tatiana Suarez right now. Yeah, the card sucked. You know what it was? I was just in streamer mode. So I watched the fucking Royal Rumble. There was a good boxing fight. Benavidez versus Morel. That was good. And then I watched Brand Risk, which was fucking terrible. Terrible. He should have had Masvidal fight on it. He could have threw money around and broke the internet. Instead, he had the goofiest fucking card I've ever seen. Like, if he's smart and he wants to stay in the influencer realm, make Bryce Hall and Taylor Holder fight. Give them each $1 million and put the fucking fight on, and you will break the internet. Random fight fans will tune in just to see a fucking fight between two people, and everyone on fucking TikTok will tune in to see it, even if they're two fucking goofballs. I met Taylor Holder. He was actually a nice kid, but, you know, he's a fucking cowboy, goofball, dancer, TikToker, whatever. And Bryce Hall, goofball, TikToker, but now he's a fighter. Someone needs to put that fight on. That's the only fight I want to see of any influencer or anything. I'm good on KSI versus Dylan Dennis. That fight's fucking terrible. If it's not those two fighting because they used to be friends, the Holder kid and the what's his name and Bryce Hall, or I'll watch Jake Paul and KSI. Any other fight, get the fuck off my TV. I don't want to see these fucking morons with no talent. I wanted to say the R word, but TikTok will censor me. I love that R word. I love that it's coming back and people are starting to use it. But it's heavily censored. Yeah, I saw Conor serve. Did I see Conor serve the Paul brothers? The worst is that they then went on a media tour to be like, no, we served Conor. We laughed in his face. It's like, what do you mean? Conor clowned both of you, I felt like. Nah, the Trump interview was pretty good with Aiden Ross. I didn't mind that. He did the one cool thing he did in that. He was like, "Do you mind, sir, if we sit in the car and listen to music?" And then he started playing all like Trump's favorite songs. Plus, he did a good thing for his country. He helped some of the young youth not pay attention to the lies from the media. But yeah, I like Aiden Ross. He grew on me. I used to think he was a clown, but then he grew on me. I think a lot of those streamers are goofballs. I like Speed, I like Kai Sinet, and I like Aiden Ross. The rest of them I can't stand. I can't stand any of the current FaZe clan. I do not like FaZe Banks. I do not like that fat kid Lacey. I don't like a lot of them. So I need Tatiana Suarez here for the parlay. Who do you guys in the chat? Who do you guys got in this next one? Tatiana Suarez or Weili Zhang? I've spoken to Tatiana a few times. She's a sweetheart. I interviewed her one time. And then after the interview for a little bit, we would text about fights. I haven't spoken to her in a minute, though. Like, what we did is when I interviewed her, we asked her, like, what do you think of this fight? We had it for like 2 hours, and it was like, what do you think of this fight? What do you think of this fight? And then when those fights came up, those nights, I had like a text conversation with her about the results of the fights. That's someone too. If she wins, she'll probably be overwhelmed with media requests, but I'll try to shoot a shot with her and try to line up something with her. But yeah, she's cool, Tatiana Suarez. I got no beef with Tatiana Suarez. One of my old wrestling coaches was the guy Kyle Shamanara. He knew Tatiana from like the Olympic Training Center. And then I remember asking him one time, "Is like, she's a girl. Is she good?" He was like, "No, no, no. She's good. She's like a beast. Like she's mentally a beast." And then it's funny. I liked what Strickland was saying about her. He's like, "She's got some tisms, man. Like she's on the spectrum. She's autistic." I don't know who Plaque Boy Max is. I sent some cards in. It takes a minute though. I did send in my first batch. I only sent in like 6 cards my first batch because I had like a promotional code, but I have other cards I got to send in. I wanted to send in more, and then I slacked. And then what happened was there's a deadline when you got to send them in, so I just had to box them up and send them out. They got them. Hopefully, I get good grades. They should be back in a few weeks. I sent it a Ken Griffey Jr. rookie card, uh, a Paul Skeens rookie card, a Jackson Churio, and a Yamamoto rookie card, a special Yamamoto rookie card, and and I forget the other ones, and I think a Michael Jordan, a couple good ones. It's tough with what you got because they take pictures of shit. And again, you got to do them individually. You got to figure out the way you're going to do that. Like that's kind of how they mark shit, if you will. Like they take any imperfections or things, they take detailed pictures of, and then they kind of have it on file. So chat, who do you guys got? Tatiana Suarez and new or Weili Zhang and still? Again, like I was saying, 35 is not a good age for fighting. 35 in championship fights, other than heavyweight and 205, do not win. I think the only person who's won is Tyron Woodley. I already know what's probably going to happen. Tatiana's going to win. My parlays are going to be looking great. I'm going to be waiting on Strickland, and Strickland's going to fucking blow it. Hopefully I'm wrong. Hopefully Strickland clutches the fuck up. But yeah, I expect Tatiana to maul this bitch. Yeah. Anthony too, like he pops on. I tell him what he should do. I have experience in this. I've done it. I know how to fail. I know how to succeed. He needs to be consistent with his streaming. And he goes on and streams for like 30 minutes. He needs to go on and stream for hours to one viewer. And then go on the next day, stream for 2 viewers. Then the next day, stream for 3 viewers. He needs to build an audience. He'll go on for like 30 minutes every 3 weeks. He's never going to build an audience like that. Like Aiden, Kai, and Speed. Those are the 3 examples you can always use. And then you can always use even those other people. Like that kid Ninja or any of those kids. They were on every fucking day. So here comes Tatiana Suarez walking out. He did look like he had some staff. I don't think it's going to be a short night. And then I've trained my whole life. I've had staff many times. I've been hospitalized with staff. I've been fucked up from staff. I've had staff many times. It was purple. So when it's purple, it's been popped. It's healing. He was on the healing mend. He doesn't have staff like that. He's healing. That's like when you're healing, it turns purple. When you have staff and you're fucked up from it, it's red. It's like bright red. When it's purple, that means that your skin is irritated, but it's like in the healing process. So he might have had staff through the camp, but also he's from Extreme Couture, which is like one of those super gyms where there's always so many people coming and going. Everyone there is cultured with staff. So something that happens with staff, you get cultured with it. You build up a resistance with it. You also always have everyone actually has staff. Everyone has staff. You have staff in your nose. What happens is you get a staff on your fingernails or something, you get a scratch, it breaks the skin, and then that's how you get MRSA, cellulitis, shit like that. But he was healing from that. He was definitely on the healing mend from that. Are you the real Anthony Smith? Because I'm not a big Anthony Smith guy here. Not a big Anthony Smith fan. I'm a fan of Anthony Smith's, not the Anthony Smith. But yes, I think Strickland has staff, had staff, but even then, I doubt it affected his training. Probably was still in the gym every day with staff training. Extreme Couture is like a hard-nosed gym. They probably just say, just train with train with a few people. Don't train with everybody. Go train in the corner. Go take the cage. They probably clean the gym extensively there all the time. It's not always the gym and the surfaces. It's the people that carry staff and give it to each other. Oh, so you're a good Anthony Smith then. You're one of the good ones. You should honestly, he kind of like fucks it up for you guys. Just change it to like Tony Smith, because then other people are gonna be like, wait, is this like that Anthony Smith? Because he's fucking cringy, bro. Respect to all fighters, especially a guy like him. He's been in the game for so long. But as far as his commentary and the shit he says, he's fucking cringy. Whaley looks like she's got her game face on. So hopefully I hit this parlay, but who's gonna fuck it up? Is it gonna be Whaley or is it gonna be Sean Strickland? Hopefully they both clutch up. Yeah, he's definitely one of the cringier commentators. It's like, and then he started like, I had to give him a pass a little bit because he started doing a show with Bisping, and I love Bisping. And then I saw that he like did Bisping dirty, or not dirty, but like he lost his fight. His friend passed away. I get that. I've had friends, brothers, like I've dealt with it. It's tough. But then like he He didn't even tell Bisping that he was leaving the show. He just started his own YouTube channel and started streaming. And that's how Bisping found out that he wasn't coming back to Believe You Me. Was he saw that he started a new YouTube. And he was like, all right, I guess he's not, coming back. If there's anybody who deserves at least the word, it's fucking Bisping. I love, too, did you see how when Bisping interviewed Strickland, they were a finger snap away from fighting each other. They started like shit talking each other. And what did Strickland say? Strickland was like, all right, bro, you're on testosterone. You got gray hair on your balls. Like, relax. Like, Bisping probably could still fuck some people up. I don't know if he could fucking win fights in the UFC. I know he has like metal legs, metal kneecaps and shit now. But I'm sure Bisping is still a problem. Like, absolutely, Bisping is still a fucking problem. Rooting for Tatiana Suarez here. Really rooting for Tatiana Suarez here. If history says what's going to happen here, Weili Zhang is 35. She is not going to win. And it's simply because she's 35. Like, even if Tatiana wins, she only has like 1 year with the belt because she's about to be 35. Bisping's on TRT. He openly admits it, I believe. Yeah, spot on. I don't think I've ever seen Anthony Smith say anything leading into a fight that wasn't something someone else had just said. His takes are like super common and typical, or he's way off. Yeah. And he has an annoying voice. I mean, I'm sure I have an annoying voice to some people too, but for my ears, it's very annoying. But I felt bad for him when he lost his friend, because I've lost a friend. I've lost, my brother-in-law. It's definitely a tough time to deal with. Like, it sucked to see him out there. But then I do love that one clip when I think he was fighting. Who's the fucking guy that does the worm and fucked up his shoulder that time? Johnny Walker. And he was like, "You trying to come after my family? You in my house?" Like, he started having flashbacks mid-fight of the guy who broke into his house. And then I remember, I forget who he was fighting. Maybe John Jones or someone. Someone he was going to fight. He was like, "Bro, you couldn't deal with a home intruder. You think you're going to beat me? Like, you had trouble wrestling a random guy who broke into your house. You think you're going to beat me?" Imagine that if all the Anthony, because there's definitely a bunch of Anthony Smiths. If they all got together and were like, "Bro, you're making us all look bad. Like, shut the fuck up. Like, do us a favor, Anthony Smith. Shut up. You're making us all look bad. I gotta tell people my name is Tony." So, Weili Zhang versus Tatiana about to start. Co-main event. Hopefully, Tatiana gets this done. Probably going to be a 5-rounder. Hopefully, Tatiana breaks her down, though. Busts her up with elbows. It's like Weili can wrestle, but can you wrestle like Tatiana? And then it's also Weili's definitely got the striking advantage, so hopefully Tatiana can hang. Hopefully Tatiana can hang. Oh, that's great. I gotta watch that. I've never seen that. Tito Ortiz thinks the FBI's watching him. I like Dominic Cruz. Shout out to Dominic Cruz. It sucks. I saw that thing about his shoulder and that he had to retire. But I get some people don't like Dominic Cruz. I like Dominic Cruz. I think Dominic Cruz is a genius when it comes to fighting, especially the way he could break shit down. But sometimes I've seen him be a little off too, though. All right, here we go. Round one. But I like Dominic Cruz. Him too, similar to Tatiana. When I interviewed him and talked to him, was cool. Always would send Instagram messages back and forth with him. He was always cool, courteous with his time. And I'm an old school fight fan, so I know that Dom, the old school Dom, when he was the best in the world. And like legit best in the world. Like people for a minute couldn't figure Dominic Cruz out. Injuries figured Cruz out. Up. Tatiana into the body lock, gets the takedown, and there she lands in side control. Couple little ground strikes from Whaley off her back. Tatiana on top in side control, a minute into the fight. But yeah, I like Dominic Cruz. Very gutted to see that he wasn't going to get his retirement fight, and he had to retire like that. Just posting pictures of his shoulder all fucked up. Sport's rough, though. His body got broken down from... Part of it, too, is I think that size... Like him, one of his main training partners was always Jeremy Stevens. So I think he always was going with bigger guys, broke his body down. Yeah, Henry's got to win this next fight. Cejudo absolutely has to win this next fight. He should beat Song Yadong, but he's old. Like Henry, Whaley's trying to regain guard. Henry should have just stayed retired. If he would have just stayed retired, he would have went down as one of the all-time greats. Literally could have put himself up on Mount Rushmore as a double champion who walked away. But he came back and lost to Aljo, lost to Marab. No slouches, but still, you lost. You're on a losing streak. So Whaley gets her guard back. Tatiana landing a little bit of ground and pound. Tatiana just stuffed to half guard. Some more ground and pound from Tatiana. But yeah, that's a tough fight too, Song Yadong. Song Yadong's young, dumb, full of cum, so he's going to be a tough out for Henry. Henry also isn't the biggest 35-pounder. So Yadong's definitely going to have a size advantage. We got 2:15 left. Tatiana on top, landing some ground and pound. Crowds trying to boo. What's up, Jay Slice? What's up, DA? Yeah, Tatiana's cute. She's a sweetheart, too. She dates Patchy Mix, though, so you got to deal with that whole problem. Patchy Mix is the best bantamweight not in the UFC. Like, Patchy Mix absolutely could go to the UFC and win some fights. If not, become a contender. So Tatiana just stepped over, past the half guard. She's spinning over right now, looking to set up Anaconda. All right. Whaley recognizes it, gets her arm in. Up. Whaley got to her knees. Tatiana's got a headlock. Tatiana jumped guillotine. Oh, Whaley passed the half guard. She definitely shouldn't have tried to jump guillotine right there. Now Whaley's on Tatiana in close guard. Tatiana might use this butterfly hook right now to sweep Whaley. So Tatiana, 30 seconds left. Tatiana should take this first round. 15 seconds left. Yeah, if Patchy Mix can get in the UFC in the next year or two, like we've talked about it, you have until 35 to really do something in those smaller divisions. Yeah, I interviewed Tatiana, and then I said it earlier. We interviewed Tatiana one time. We had her on for like 2 hours, so we talked about so much shit that when those fights that we talked about came up afterward, I would always text with her, like when those fights happened. I used to talk with her a little bit back and forth. She's always been very cool. Yeah, Jake Matthews looked good. I think Prado is a little small for 170. And then Patchy Mix. Everything I've heard of Patchy Mix from people that have trained with him, Patchy Mix is like really good. Like better than we've seen in his fights. I think he only has one loss. He was undefeated for a while, but I've heard in the gym, Patchy Mix is a killer. So I'm going to go 1-0 Tatiana. She had more control that first round. Weili got a little bit of top position, didn't do much with it. Tatiana didn't do anything crazy, just some ground and pound and the takedown. Yes. Taliesin, I figured he was going to beat Tafa. Tafa's just very one-dimensional. He's just the knockout, and that's it. And I think he's also a light heavyweight, just overweight, where Taliesin is 6'7". That guy's fucking huge. A little bit of swelling on the face of Tatiana right now from one of those ground strikes from the bottom from Weili Zhang. Nice little low kick for Weili. Weili's definitely the better striker. She looks way more comfortable on the feet. But I need Tatiana to do what she did last time. Oh, there she goes. She's in on a double. Now we need some chain wrestling from Tatiana. Oh, she's got a hands clasp. She should finish this takedown. Weili's strong, though. We need Tatiana to chain wrestle here. Weili up, and Tatiana gets the takedown, but Weili just reversed her. And Weili winds up in like 3/4 mount right now. But Tatiana should come up on a single leg from this. Weili's strong. You could see it when Tatiana grabs her. Tatiana's got some nice, nasty mat burn. Weili landing some good ground and pound. Tatiana's trying a sweep right now. She's either going to go for this sweep or come up on a single leg. Tatiana does a good job of switching her. Weili does a good job of switching her hips over. Up, some good ground and pound from Weili. Up, Weili's going for a guillotine. But where Weili just fucked up is she stayed in the grappling with Tatiana. Now Tatiana's in again on a double leg. Hands clasped. But again, Weili's so strong here. And I'm seeing right now, Tatiana's just trying to muscle shit. She's got to start using her footwork and chain wrestling. And start moving Weili before she goes for these takedowns. Now they break off the cage. So a couple good moments there for Weili Zhang. I got her ahead so far this second round. 2 minutes left. Ooh, good right hand just landed for Weili. Tatiana ate that, though. Man, the worst is I'm seeing this guy, and I'm wondering if Mark Goddard's going to be the fucking referee for the main event. Hopefully, or hopefully not, because I have Tatiana, but right now she's doing good. A problem I'm seeing from Tatiana is she's almost not her usual self right now. She's kind of just getting in on double leg. There you go. Now she's starting to use her movement a little bit. She's got to chain wrestle. Oh, yeah. When Whaley grabs an underhook, she's so strong. She just threw Tatiana to the ground on a takedown attempt. I think Tatiana has the better cardio, but Whaley's been in more championship fights. Whaley's fought in higher moments. And how is Tatiana going to deal with that? She's kind of getting out-grappled here. She's trying to work her way up, looking for maybe a butterfly sweep. Round 2, Tatiana won the first round. Whaley's winning round 2. Yeah, I hate Mark Goddard. I can't stand him. Like that earlier fight. What fight was that? The Taliesin fight. He could have... If that fight was the main event, he would have stopped it in the first round. When the guy got rocked and dropped and started getting hit with ground and pound. Like, he lets the lower level card fights go. He stops main events. The highest level of fighter is in the main event. Let them fucking fight. They don't need you to save them, Mark Goddard. They just need you to say end of fight. That's it. Yeah, definitely 1-1. We've seen Whaley get tired a little bit, though. So this fight, it's a girl fight, so probably not going to have a finish. It's going to come down to cardio. Hopefully her corner right now, Tatiana, she has to chain wrestle. She's just trying to Hulk everything, but Whaley's too strong for that. She got to start moving. I don't know if any of you wrestled, but what you do is you chain wrestle. When you get in on a takedown, you got to start moving the person so that way they either hop on their foot or start having to readjust their feet. Then you go for the takedown. You can't just get there, let them sprawl, dig an underhook, and then go for a takedown. You have to chain wrestle. Good right hand by Whaley. But yeah, Tatiana, Whaley looks strong right now. She looks like definitely the stronger of the two. Couple of good right hands landed for Whaley that Tatiana took. He always puts himself in the fight. He's terrible. Keith Peterson's good. Keith Peterson lets him fight. I do think he stopped the... Granted, Cruz would have been in trouble, and he probably would have got stopped a second later, but I get what he meant there. That was stopped like a second too early. But he usually lets him go. I've met Keith Peterson a few times. Really nice guy. I've met him at UFC shows and wrestling events because his kids wrestle. And then one time after the PFL, I sat next to him. I was sitting there, and he came up to me on the train and sat next to me. And I for an hour and a half on the train ride, I talked to MMA with him. And we talked about the Dominic Cruz thing. And he was like, what the fuck was I going to do? What do you want me to do? Let you keep going? You were a second away from getting brain damage. And I said to him, I was like, yeah, just let it go. You stopped it a second too early. A couple seconds too early. Just let it go. But yeah, he's a nice guy, Keith Peterson. Did smell like cigarettes, though. Ooh, right hand, left hook combo just landed for Whaley. Tatiana, ooh, big right hand for Whaley. She just rocked Tatiana. Tatiana shoots a takedown. Whaley snaps her down. Now they're in a clinch in the middle of the octagon. Good knee from Tatiana. She ate that. She came back. She's all right. Whaley keeps throwing this winger of a right hand. Up. Another shot from Tatiana. She gets sprawled on, but she's pushing Whaley up against the cage. So, looks like Tatiana's going to be the one to sell my parlay. Yeah, he was definitely cool about it. We were talking about fighting, and almost obviously the elephant in the room in most of his conversations is that Dominic Cruz fight. He brought it up and was like, what do you want me to do? Let you keep getting fucked up? But Tatiana's in on a double leg right now. Whaley defends it. Ooh, good right hand lands for Whaley. But again, Tatiana gotta get in on when she's in on these takedowns. She's gotta start chain wrestling. She's not using her chain wrestling. Tatiana just shot from very far out. Whaley just pushed on her, defended it. Head kick blocked by Tatiana. Oh, Tatiana. Whaley landed a little right hand, then slipped. Tatiana couldn't capitalize on it. Tatiana's having a little bit of trouble getting out of the way of that straight right hand. Yeah, Tatiana's way to win this fight was ground control and takedowns. If she can't get the takedown, she's in trouble. And she got that. Oh, she got the first takedown by shooting when Whaley was trying to hit her. Now she's just shooting from way too far out with no setup, so Whaley sees him. And then again, the moment she gets her up against the cage, she's just trying to muscle her, and she's not going to do that. She got to start moving Whaley and tripping her and shit, getting her off balance. Kind of like buckling to the pressure. She's forgetting her wrestling. So 50 seconds left in this third round. I mean, Tatiana's definitely cleared her head. She was rocked from that right hand. Another takedown gets stuffed. Whaley now pushing Tatiana against the cage. Tatiana clasps her hands, got a body lock, pushes Whaley. Ooh, big elbow from Whaley. Ooh, another big elbow from Whaley. Ooh, this is the first left hand I've seen landed for Tatiana. Head kick misses. What is that? Oh, Tatiana's in on a takedown. The blood on the knees came. It's mat burn. Big right hand. Just a little mat burn. So 2-1. I mean, Tatiana's still in it, but she's got to start chain wrestling. But now, I know someone said earlier that a lot of people were picking Whaley. If you would have bet on Whaley, she's looking good right now. But they didn't have her as a big underdog. I think she was like plus 100. Nothing crazy. And now the question arises, like, do you hedge your bet a little bit and throw 50 on Strickland, or do you just lose more money? How'd your wife scare the shit out of you? Did she sprawl on you? Like Whaley? Like, I didn't hear her corner say right there, you got to chain wrestle. That's the biggest strategy adjustment that Tatiana needs right now. She's still in it. She's still throwing strikes, still trying to win, but I would like to see her. She keeps going for... Ooh, another right hand landed for Whaley, but Tatiana ate it. I need to see Tatiana... Oh, Whaley just took Tatiana down. With a little trip. I need Tatiana right now to come up on a single leg. Ooh, Tatiana's going for a sweep. That's the first time Tatiana's been taken down in her UFC career. She's got a position right now to go for a sweep, but she's not hitting it. Weili just seems like she's too strong. I saw one person say it's 3-0. I definitely think it's 2-1. I think Tatiana won the first round. No, she definitely doesn't give dudes a hard time. She beats up females. There's totally different levels between men and women. Like the top, maybe some dudes, like the top females in the world, they train with like average dudes in training. Little guys, too. Like I used to have a friend who was a black belt, like a 120-pound black belt. He used to train with girls all the time, and that's who he trained with. Is like, you know, oh, Weili's got a head and arm triangle here. Tatiana looks all right. Weili doesn't have the angle, but she's in on it. Tatiana's still in this. It's good to wrestle with your lady, though. You got to keep her keep her takedown defense on point. And if you have any kids, you already know the drill. Send them to Dagestan, 2-3 years. Forget about them. Weili Zhang is winning. Tatiana came out good with an early takedown. Probably won the first round, but now Weili's just been stuffing her takedowns. Took Tatiana down herself. Right now, it's round 4. Weili's on top of Tatiana in open guard, landing ground and pound. If Tatiana doesn't win this round, she's in trouble. Weili's about to defy the odds, too. Why, you haven't seen that meme yet? Where Islam said, he's like, if you have a kid, send them 2-3 years Dagestan and forget about them. Call her once every 6 months. I mean, Tatiana keeps going for this like elevator sweep. She's got to just come up on a single leg and start wrestling. Oh, she finally got a sweep. Goes for a guillotine. Should have just tried to come out on top. Weili gets on top of her. Trying to pass the half guard. Tatiana looks like she might get her guard passed here. Yeah, and now that's like a video on TikTok. Is people putting their kids in luggage and saying, I'm sending them to Dagestan for 2-3 years to forget about them. And then there's another meme I saw where it's like, your son acting like Fruity, singing, doing ballet or singing or something. It's like, he's got to go to Dagestan. Send him to Dagestan, 2-3 years. I like Strickland in the next fight, but I also like Tatiana in this fight. Didn't work out for me. Weili Zhang is about to break or add to the crazy record of winning a fight at the age of 35. I think it's going to be 3 and like 40 in title fights. Her and Tyron Woodley will be the only ones. But I like Strickland. The question is, do I hedge my losing bet and throw $50 on Strickland? That's the question. But Tatiana needs a submission or a knockout. Oh, absolutely. Islam's telling the truth. Little cut on the eye from an elbow there for Tatiana. I mean, Tatiana's game, but she just doesn't have it. She doesn't have the answer. Ooh. The cut on Tatiana's leg is fucking nasty. So that mat it's not like if you train at a gym, those mats are soft. Those mats have like plastic or whatever that is on it, like soft. These mats, that's an apron. That shit is fucking rough. Every fight, if you're a wrestler, every fight that you're shooting takedowns, you come out of the fight with your knees at least scraped up. You definitely scrape off like the top layer of skin. But yes, going Strickland in the next fight. Pipe Castano, can't show the fight. They'll ban me. And then I get suspended. Did Tyron Woodley get drafted at the GFL thing? I'm not sure. I think Woodley's sticking to boxing, trying to get another celebrity boxing fight. But after what Jake Paul did to him, I would just go away with my money. Ooh, big right hand just landed for Whaley. I like Bisping's strategy right now. He's saying that Tatiana just stop wrestling, just go for broke. Swing for the fences, Tatiana. Ooh, big elbow for Whaley. Whaley's landed a few of those tonight. The GFL thing is nuts. I don't know if they're even going to have their first show. They remind me of like AEW in wrestling. Like they're probably giving these guys crazy contracts. Now Whaley's in on Tatiana's in on a single leg. I feel like she should have went for single legs earlier. Whaley's doing a good job of defending it, hopping around. She gets her foot back down. Good defense by Whaley. Definitely disheartening to Tatiana to have a single leg and have her hopping like that and defend it. .330 left. I mean, I don't think that's necessarily true. She could win 2 fights and get another title shot. Bisping said that he doesn't think Tatiana gets another title shot. I think she beats everybody not named Whaley. And even I'll give credit to Whaley for shutting down Tatiana, but Tatiana doesn't look good tonight. Oh, Whaley went for like an armbar, and now Tatiana's going to wind up on top. Whaley just kicks her right off and gets back up. Great scrambling from Whaley. That's a big moment, a big area where Whaley won this fight was in the scrambles. She out-scrambled Tatiana. You know what this fight reminds me of, though? Is that the best betting advice you can get is do not bet women's MMA. If I would have just stayed on men's, I would have had a good night. But I went to women's. I bet one women's fight, and this is what happens. Like, I saw someone post it, and it's fucking crazy because I watch it. I don't bet on them, but I see it. If you bet just the underdogs in women's MMA, you'd be up so far this year. Underdogs usually win in women's MMA because you never fucking know what's going to happen. Whaley is looking like a beast, though, tonight. Because then think of what Tatiana did to everybody else. And then back to the GFL thing. I forget who it was, but someone, Rashad Evans. They said Rashad got drafted, but then Rashad said, I know nothing about it. I'm not in that league. I'm fighting Rampage next. So I think they probably did that with a lot of people. Like just threw them on, had preliminary talks with them. No contracts, no nothing signed. They just put them on teams. I mean, at this point, Whaley's getting up there in age. She just beat Tatiana, was the toughest fight for her. I thought for sure Tatiana was going to have a way better showing than this. Another factor that you got to put into this, and I worry about it for Strickland, but Strickland's fought in Australia before in 5-round fights, is it's like 8 o'clock. What time is it? It's like 8 o'clock in the morning, I think, in Australia right now. It's definitely fucked up. Like this card, if it was Nighttime, it would be on at like 6 o'clock. Never mind. I don't know what I'm talking about. It's 5 o'clock. Or I don't know where they are. It's either 12:20 p.m., 1:20 p.m., 3:50 p.m., or 5:20 p.m. So it's no excuses. Dominant performance by Whaley. So Whaley's the parlay killer tonight, you bitch. Poor performance turned in by Tatiana. Beast of a performance turned in by Whaley. Tatiana being a wrestler, she's going to look back at this fight and be like, where the fuck was my chain wrestling? Like, I know how high level of a wrestler Tatiana was. For me, one of the biggest changes in my wrestling ability was when I learned how to, like, chain wrestle. And that's really what successful wrestling is chain wrestling. It's getting on a single leg, getting on a double leg, and not just going for a takedown. It's moving your opponent, moving your guy a little bit, then finishing the takedown. You got to get them off balance. Especially if they're a beast like Whaley and they're strong and they're digging an underhook, they're planting their feet. You got to start getting them off balance and then going for your takedown. You got to chain wrestle. Props to Tatiana. She took a lot of good right hands and ate them. Yes, you got to shift your weight. You got to chain wrestle. You got to move them around. When I learned that type of shit, it was actually towards like the end of my training because I had a really good wrestling coach at that time. Was chain wrestling makes wrestling so much easier. Like DC was a master at chain wrestling. You never saw him like get in on a double and just lift the guy and throw him. You think he did, but no, watch him. He gets in, then moves around and gets the guy off balance or hopping, and then starts going for takedowns. None of that tonight from Tatiana. That's where she'll be kicking herself when she rewatches this fight. And like one of the best things you could do is switch double leg to single leg to double leg. That's how you finish takedowns. You got to 49-46, 49-46, 49-45. Yeah, Tatiana's right eye is fucked up, and her knee is going to need some stitches. Her knee is gashed the fuck up. So someone else who's actually really cool is this guy who does the translating. The guy who translated earlier and this guy. Very cool. And that's even how I got to know Planio, whatever his name is, Planio Cruz. I've met him in passing at some of the old like CFFCs and shit and Bellator that Marcos Galvao fought on and whatnot. And the Brazilians always know each other, so they knew each other. But then he was always the translator at the UFC events for the Brazilian fighters. Planio. Shout out Frank Hickman from Bang Tao. I see that they were working with... I know they've worked with Whaley in the past, but that's probably how she was able to defend the takedowns tonight and the attacks from Tatiana, is working with Frank Hickman, who is a very good wrestler. He is one of the owners of Bang Tao Muay Thai, and he's been a wrestling coach. He's worked with Volk, he's worked with Whaley, he's worked with Dan Hooker, Israel. He's worked with a lot of people. Yep, shook. You saw that fight tonight. You didn't see a lot of chain wrestling or any type of movement like that from Tatiana, which is crazy considering how high level she is. I think she just got rocked in the first round, probably felt the strength of Whaley and was kind of just weary of getting knocked out. So her chain wrestling kind of left. We've seen her chain wrestle in other fights. We just didn't see it tonight. Tough L for Tatiana. She'll be back. Again, Weili just broke the odds tonight. 35-year-old winning a title fight. It's crazy. Oh, fuck. But yeah, honestly, Tatiana, go to Dagestan. 2-3 years, forget. Who would have thought Tatiana's wrestling would have failed her like that tonight? But Weili's a beast. It seemed like every time Weili touched her, she flew. Or when Weili got her hands on her, she just was able to toss her around. So next up, we got Strickland versus DDP. What's 251? Oh, the punch stats? Yeah. I mean, they're terrible with that, though. Every time I watch fights, I'm like, what do you... Again, the Prado fight earlier, they were saying Prado was landing so many significant strikes. He wasn't landing shit. Yeah, they're never that accurate with that shit. Yeah, other than that first takedown, but you saw how Tatiana got that first takedown. She did it in the middle of an exchange. Every other time, she was just shooting from way too far out. And that wound up being the end of her. No chain wrestling, shooting from way too far out. Like even Islam, you see Islam. Islam's a really good chain wrestler. You got to chain wrestle. You got to get your opponent moving and then take him down. Like I know when Khabib first came in, that was a problem he had. He wasn't that good at it. And then working with DC, he got fucking really good at making the adjustments, chain wrestling. Yeah, she was winning. You could have bet on Weili, but I feel like she was the underdog. She was definitely a good pick as an underdog. I just thought Tatiana was going to have her number tonight. But she did not. Plus, again, like I was saying, 35-year-olds do not win title fights. So, Weili is an outlier. She broke the mold tonight. The stats are actually fucking insane of 35-year-olds in championship fights. You put, what, that Strickland DDP is going to go under 4.5. Doesn't go the distance. Strickland KO. I don't know about that. That's a tough one. Both of these guys are very durable. Very durable. Now it's like, what do I do? I'll ask you, chat. Do I put 50 on? Strickland could probably win this fight. Yes. Do I put 50 on Strickland here? Strickland and move to plus 200. Nah, because then you won't make anything on Duplessis. 50 on Duplessis pays 70, so you make $20. 50 on Strickland, they move Strickland to plus 200. So 50 on Strickland to win $100. What do you guys think I should do? I wouldn't be surprised if Duplessis fucks him up, though. It happens a lot. You think? Oh, you think Duplessis lost the last fight? It was close. Could have went either way. I thought Strickland won. I think the blood had a big impact on it, and the blood was caused from a headbutt. I think if the Strickland that fought Izzy shows up, all right, the odds just moved to plus 185, so everyone else must have seen and started betting that Strickland was the underdog. All right, I threw $50 on it. Hopefully Strickland clutches up now. I knew one of them, Tatiana or Strickland, were going to fuck up my parlay. I was going great. I had so much other shit winning. If those two would have won, I would have hit for a nice little chunk, but and then tomorrow, the biggest betting day. I think the Super Bowl is like the most bet on game. But I do actually think the most bet on game was like that day. I think it was like Christmas Eve or Christmas Day or something. They had no games, but they had like one college football or college football game. And that wound up being like the most bet on game. But other than that, the Super Bowl. Strickland said he's going to pick him apart and eat him alive. I mean, Dreykus these last few fights has looked way better than he did in his fights leading up to the fight, to the championship level fights. And even or leading up to even the Whitaker fight. Like I thought Whitaker was going to beat him. Again, though, I think Strickland's going to win simply because if you don't bet women's MMA, you will win. That's just one of my philosophies. And tonight, I went against my own grain because I was high on Tatiana, and I bet Tatiana, and I fucked myself. Yeah, I think the whole world is rooting for the Eagles. Oh man, would they just kick me off? Yeah, I got like a snowstorm here, so I think they just kicked me off for a minute. Yeah, I hope I was saying it earlier. I hope Saquon Barkley gets 3 touchdowns, 200 yards. I hope he fucking destroys them. But again, he's gonna break for a 60-yard touchdown, and they're gonna be like, "Nope, penalty." But if you guys can throw me a follow, I'm gonna hop off and then hop right back on just on TikTok because they're playing games with me. This shit's fucking up. Let me see. Yeah, that got like a snowstorm, so my internet is getting a little laggy. I mean, I guess they still have me on. I don't know. Anthony Smith is back. Am I still up on YouTube? I see Anthony Smith just commented. But yeah, they always be playing games with me. Oh yeah, there's so many fucking twerps. So many twerps. The MMA community is overrun with little twerps. All right, we're back. It looks like I just needed to close my TikTok and reopen it. Thank you for the people that stuck around. You know, I'm in upstate New York, so I currently have a snowstorm going on, so my internet's been a little laggy and fucked up today. But we're still here. We got DDP walking out right now. Strickland walked out to like some American march music, like he's going to shoot somebody. Jazz Davicius is another one, though. Any woman, you gotta, if you really look at it, go look it up. Women's MMA, the underdogs usually win. Yes, we're all playing for Strickland. It's overrun with casual. Shut up, dog. I'll be back. Gonna grab a drink. Stop barking at me, Joe. But yes, so many casuals. And people, you can call me a casual, but you're shot. I'm not a casual. Like, so a good story I have for this one. In 2016, I was at the Ruka gym in California and Jason Perillo's gym. I was going to train with my friend Lee, who's a black belt from Art of Jiu-Jitsu, and Pat Cummins. Pat Cummins is the guy who fought DC, used to work at the coffee shop, and then fought Daniel Cormier like 2 weeks on short notice. I forget what fight fell out. And Strickland was a young, up-and-coming welterweight at the time. He found out that I trained with a guy in New York that he was trying to get a fight with. So Strickland followed me around the Ruka gym and just kept asking me questions like, hey, man, what's that guy's deal? Is he hurt or something? And I was like, I don't know. Is he good? Like, you train with him? Is he, like, good in the gym? Like, how's his striking? Like, just would not stop. And then, like, I would turn and Strickland would be right behind me. Like, let me ask you another question, bro. Like, wouldn't stop asking me questions about my friend. And I remember saying, like, I'm not giving this fucking guy intel on my boy. Like, what the fuck? I'm no longer friends with that guy, but back in the day I was. But Strickland was trying to get a fight with him. and Jason Perillo kept looking at me. Every time I'd turn, I'd look at Strickland. He'd ask me a question. I'd look at Jason Perillo, and Jason Perillo would be like, and then at the end of it, Jason Perillo told me, he's like, that guy's fucking nuts. Like, he's crazy. So don't entertain him. Just ignore him. And then that was right before he fought Ponzinibbio, I believe. And then he went on this run, moved up to 185. But casual, I've been in the gym the same time with a lot of these guys. I've trained with a lot of these guys. Had I known Strickland was this Strickland back then, I would have became best friends with him. But he wasn't this Strickland back then. He was like a couple fights in the UFC. And down at 170, he had just shaved his head. It might have been before he fought Usman, actually. But followed me around the gym like a weirdo. That, like, go up and meet somebody else and I'm sitting there talking, and then I would feel someone behind me and I would turn. He'd be like, yeah, and he'd ask me another question and be like, that guy, he seems like he's always fucking hurt. Like, what's up with that? I've been trying to fight this guy, and I was like, I don't know, man. You should figure that out your own. I don't know. And then it's funny, I don't know if you guys know Pat Cummins, but he had just left his manager, and then I was training with Pat Cummins. And then his manager, who he had just left, walked in the gym, and Pat Cummins, middle of the round, got up, was like, sorry, guys, I got to go, because he was just uncomfortable about being around his manager, picked up his gym bag, and fucking left. And we were like, what the fuck is that? Like, what a weird fucking gym. Like, and then I'll always remember I had a guy who I knew there named Ryan Lang. Could have made it to the UFC. He was a wrestler, like a runner-up for a national title in college. But he was like, this guy right here is the smartest guy in the room, the smartest dick in the room, because he's banging and marrying a chick whose family has money, while the rest of you motherfuckers are all out banging skanks and are all trying to get brain damage for a living. This guy is marrying the rich chick, so he's the smartest guy in the room. Because Ryan Lang got married to some girl who owned a bunch of restaurants in California. Perillo was cool too. He opened his doors to me, let me come in. It was very nice. Strickland, though, I only met that one day, and he was fucking weirdo. And then after that, to see Strickland come into his own and be the guy he is today is crazy. Oh, the worst. The worst is seeing the Jinx vote on Strickland. That means he's probably going to fucking lose. Who you guys got in this one? Let me know in the chat. I'm going with America. Because I'm from America. See? Little glove touch. I don't think there's any bad blood between these two. This is round 6. They got respect for each other. They buried the hatchet. I'm going with the mustache for the win. The Greek guys talks like he knows UFC. I don't know who that is. Round 1. Oh, yeah. Bisping just noted it. Duplessis looks pretty big. He definitely looks bigger than Bisping. Than Strickland. Strickland's pouring out that jab. Little body kick missed. Hit the elbow. Strickland. Thrown by Duplessis. Good jab by Duplessis. Oh, Jimmy the Greek. I've seen him. He's like the UFC betting guy. I'd have to see his accuracy. Is he getting the picks right ever? I'm picking Strickland, but I bet a little bit with emotion here because I like Strickland, but I do like Dreykus too. I told you guys, Dreykus grew on me. A lot of porn so far. First minute, just a lot of porn. Little body kick. Ooh, Drake is trying to go high with the head kick. Good jab by Dreykus. Low kick by Dreykus. Good jab by Bisping. By Strickland. Strickland's got a little welt on his calf so far. One of those first early kicks. Another one. So Dreykus is working that calf kick early. Another low kick by Dreykus. Counted at least 6 low kicks so far landed by Dreykus. Ooh, little glancing right hand for Dreykus. Another low kick. So far, I got Dreykus winning this first round. Not a lot of action, but the little bit has been for Dreykus. I kind of thought this would be like round 6. They'd kind of pick up where they left off, but definitely a slow start for Strickland. And Dreykus is tearing up that lead leg of Strickland. Little right hand to the body lands for Strickland. Spinning back kick attempt by Dreykus. Looks like it hit the hip. Man, that calf kick is such an effective weapon. Yeah, I've seen Jimmy the Greek. I don't listen to him, though. He has an annoying voice. But again, every time I say that, I probably have an annoying voice to people, too. I think Dreykus is winning the round so far. Definitely tearing up that lead leg. Strickland hasn't thrown much. What has he thrown? Nothing. He's not even throwing his jab. He's almost given away this first round. Another low kick for Dreykus. I think he's thrown one right hand so far, Strickland. Again, I said it earlier. I jinxed myself. He talked too much this week. Talked about Khamzat. Usually when guys talk so much, they wind up laying an egg in the fight. Very rarely do they talk the big game and then come out and fucking put on a murderous performance. Usually they lay an egg. I saw him out. Someone posted videos of him like out wrestling people today on the beach or yesterday on the beach. So he's definitely not having the performance he had against Izzy. Couple teeps from Strickland. Another low kick for Dreykus. Couple swings and misses for Dreykus. Definitely 1-0 Dreykus. So Dreykus showed up tonight. Strickland, not so much. Strickland, not so much. I mean, that first round, they're saying Strickland landed 14 punches. No fucking way. Did you see Strickland land 14 punches in that first round? No fucking way. They have it 17-14. That first round was all Dreykus landing low kicks. I mean, I threw all my parlays got sold with Tatiana, but I threw something on Strickland. But then the jinxiest fucking person I know with bets came in and wrote fucking Strickland 185 with a money bag. So Strickland's probably about to get shut out. So 1-0. One nothing. Trikus. Round 2. Yeah, Zhang was the good. Again, I should have stayed away from women's MMA. I just thought Tatiana was going to win that fight. I thought she put on a better performance. Little oblique kick from Dricus. Right now, the odds got it -160 for Dricus, +124 for Strickland. I mean, Dricus again, the second round's coming out, landing the only strikes. Strickland is laying an egg. Yeah, absolutely. Sean doesn't hurt DDP like DDP hurts Sean, definitely. Especially right now. I mean, again, I'm watching the live stat count. They got it 27-20. I have not seen Strickland land 20 strikes. So those people are just pressing a fucking button every time they see a strike thrown, kind of. They have him 21 out of 77. I haven't even seen him throw 77. He just landed a little glancing right hand. He's got to start throwing more, Strickland. He's not throwing enough. He's losing this round on volume. He lost the first round on volume. And now they're showing other people's scorecards. They're saying 10-9, DDP, close fight. I thought it was a pretty easily scored round. Very low output from Strickland so far. If his game plan, the game plan is you got to outwork Dricus and get him tired, that's not going to happen with this pace. Like, they need to smack Strickland in the corner and tell him, get out there and fucking fight. What are you doing? Like, Strickland spars harder than this. Every fight I've seen him more aggressive than this. There's a little right hand landed for Strickland. Another little right hand landed for Strickland. His best punches of the fight. Little mark on the nose of Dricus. You got some blood on the chin of Strickland. Maybe coming from the nose or the lip. Good. Look like a right hand from Dricus. Good right hand to the body for Strickland. Yeah, he's definitely fighting very reserved right now. I mean, little blood on the nose of Dricus, little blood on the chin of Strickland. So they're starting to pick up, but very, very slow paced. The live stats, they got a little left hand landed for Dricus. They got Dricus landing 36. They got Strickland landing 28. I mean, this is definitely a better round for Strickland. Less low kicks. Right as I say that, he lands one. Ooh, a little head kick from Dricus. Another low kick from Dricus. He's definitely got Strickland flinching a little bit. This fight, too. Who's fucking scoring this? Like, how are you going to score these rounds? Like, you can't fight like this and then go, I won that fight. You didn't win that fight. You needed to do more. I mean, Dricus is looking like he's still active, but he's breathing a little heavy. Yeah, this pace, exactly. This pace absolutely benefits Dricus. Strickland's not putting any pressure on him. Dricus is leading the dance. Oh, a little question mark kick almost lands for Dricus. Couple jabs from Strickland. Round 2 significant strikes. They're saying it's 23-15 for Dricus. I mean, Strickland's about to put himself in a hole here. Another body kick for Dricus. Another low kick for Dricus. I mean, Dricus looks a little fatigued. Strickland's got to start putting pressure on him. He put himself in a hole right now. He's definitely down 0-2. He's got to win the next 3 rounds. Bro, his coach has got to tell him, you're down 0-2. What are you doing? Jinxed. Got fucking jinxed. Little low kick for Dricus. I mean, if Strickland doesn't win this round, he's fucking done. Good right hand for Dricus. Not enough volume for Strickland, though. He's going to give this fight away. Ooh, left hand landed for Dricus. Ooh, there's a little left hook for Strickland. I mean, he's got to start going. I feel like he had Dricus breathing heavy at the end of round 2, even though he's not doing nothing. He's got to step on the gas right now. Little jumping right hand misses for Dricus. Yeah, he is just not throwing enough. Ugh. Looking like a straight fucking donation. Should have just left this fight out. If I would have known Strickland was going to turn in this type of performance. Little eye poke. This is terrible. This is terrible to watch. Another low kick for Dricus. Another low kick for Dricus. Little right hand landed for Strickland, though. And then no follow-up. Nice little right hand to the body for Dricus. Good jab for Strickland. Dricus keeps trying to land like this jumping, leaping right hook. Oh! Spinning back fist just landed for Dricus. That was actually like the most significant strike of the fight so far. So again, this round's probably going Dricus. The total punch strikes, they got total strikes 71-43 in favor of Dricus. So yeah, Strickland didn't show up. And this shit happens when people have that type of fight week, when they talk so much shit. I mean, I don't think Dricus is going for a takedown. He's outstriking Strickland. 25-2 on the low kicks. 26-27 on the head strikes, 11-2 on the body. Or it was at 11. I forget what it said. There's a good jab by Strickland, followed by a little right hand. Oh, spinning back elbow just landed for Dricus. I mean, Strickland ate it, but he's got to start moving. The live odds, Strickland's definitely the underdog right now. Let me see. Live odds, Strickland's plus 300, but he was plus 200 when the fight started. The odds moved closer once the fight started, but now they're starting to pull away. I mean, this was Dricus's best round. The first round and this round. There's a little right hand for Strickland. He's got to do something right now and try to steal this round. Oh, there he goes. Takedown. Takedown for Dricus to put a stamp on the round. Down 3-0. What the fuck, Strickland? Straight donation. You know, I don't know anybody in this chat that gambles. Do you guys believe in jinxes? Or like have any type of like things that you think are bad luck? But my cousin is a fucking jinx when it comes to betting. And he came in the chat earlier and said Strickland, money line, and a dollar emoji. So I kind of figured right there this fight was done. I wish he would have done that before I threw 50 on him. Because as soon as he did that, I knew that this bet was sold. He's like the mush from A Bronx Tale. He should watch all sporting events from the fucking bathroom. Ooh, the elbow was the best strike of the fight. That was a good elbow. Yeah, that's my cousin. He always uses the word lock, always sends like the lock emoji, and there's no, bro. I watched him bet on a minus 1400 team and they fucking lost. And you know, the trick to betting too is like you bet and don't talk about it. Just let it play out. He just keeps talking about it and jinxing it. And you know how you ever hear that song? You got to know when to hold them, know when to fold them. Don't count your money when you're sitting at the table. He always like counts his bets, how much he'll win before he wins. Jinxes his shit all the time. He doesn't have good betting etiquette. And then when I tell him this, he gets insulted. So I'm like, all right, I can't bet with you. You have terrible betting etiquette. Ooh, good jab landed for Dricus. Exactly. And that's literally rule number one. You're not supposed to call out people's bets, and you're not supposed to start expecting winnings before you win. We're all guilty of it, but when someone else does it to you, it's like they're fucking jinxing you. And I try. Ooh, good right hand landed for Dricus. Oh, shit. Dricus just hurt Strickland. He broke Strickland's nose, I think. Yep, Strickland's in trouble now. He's grabbing at his nose. Dricus busted his nose up. Yeah, terrible bet energy is a real thing. And also, when someone has like their superstitions or the way they bet and you go against it, it's like, I can't fuck with you. Strickland's nose is fucking done. Strickland's nose is done. At least now, Strickland, because you're fighting like shit, bite down on your mouthpiece and go for broke. That's your only chance. You're out here because you're not throwing anything. You're making Dricus look like a superstar. Literally, that's why he just got his nose broken and hit with that punch, because he's throwing such little volume. He's throwing nothing to keep Dricus off of him. Dricus is fucking almost has his hands on his knees right now. He looks exhausted. He's wobbling over when he breathes. And Strickland's still not doing anything. Man. Again, my cousin, as soon as I saw him come in the fucking chat, right after I placed my bet, I knew this fight was going to be 50-45. There's a little glancing right hand for Strickland. Another glancing right hand for Strickland. He's got to start throwing. He just ate a right hand. DDP, yeah, definitely headhunting. Does you see that red target? Oh, a little headbutt there, it looked like. And he has nothing to worry about. Strickland's not throwing nothing that is keeping him respectful of Strickland's punching power or any attacks. Ooh, another right hand just landed for Dricus. Strickland completely laying an egg right now. Like they're saying he landed 70 strikes. Absolutely did not land 70 strikes. Right now, the live stat tracker has it at 92-70 in strikes landed. Ugh. Another right hand lands for Dricus. Another right hand lands for Dricus. And Strickland is doing Strickland is just doing some fucking reaching, putting his arms out when Dricus comes in with an attack. Not planting his feet and throwing nothing. Come on, Strickland. At least get some respect back at this point. It's going to be 20 seconds left. 4 rounds to nothing. And to top it off, they got fucking Mark Goddard in here as the ref. So I got to see that big goof. Shut out by Dricus. 4-0. 4-0 Dricus. I mean, hopefully he goes for broke and can pull off a miracle, because Dricus is definitely feeling it right now. This fight is done. Yeah, Goddard's a jinx too. But Goddard's a jinx in the sense that like he'll stop a fight a little early, but or just kill the momentum of a fight by jumping in and putting himself in it. Strickland just did not show up. Again, he did too much. Out making videos with that goofy bitch Nina. Wrestling people on the beach. Talked way too much shit. Shit talked Kamzat. Should have just showed respect to Kamzat and been like, when I win this fight, I'll fight him. I mean, granted, it's a title fight and against a tough opponent, but this is arguably like the worst performance of Strickland's career, other than when he got knocked out by the spinning back kick. Mazzagatti used to let fights go. He used to let him go too long, but laid a fucking egg tonight. I mean, he showed up against Izzy. He looked better in the first fight versus Dricus. He just totally, not even volumes, throwing nothing tonight. They're saying he landed 79 strikes. He did not land 79 strikes. They got 107 to 79 as a strike total so far. Herb Dean is inconsistent. Sometimes he's good, sometimes he's bad. Big John was good, but Big John also had like an ego about him that he was like, thought he was like, he did a little bit of like what Mark Goddard does. Sometimes he would try to become like the star of the fight or over ref the fight, over officiate. But I would say McCarthy was probably the best. Herb Dean is good, but he's inconsistent. I've seen him stop fights early. I've seen him stop fights late. But reffing, it's not the easiest job. But my problem with Goddard is inconsistency in the sense of like he'll let lower fights go, but then the main event and the co-main event, he'll always fucking jump in and stop, or he'll just put himself in the fight too much. Like his job is to do what he's doing in this fight. Stay in the fucking background and ref. Horrible performance, though, by Strickland tonight. Like, we've seen it. If there is a weakness in Duplessis, it's cardio. You're not going to make him gas if you're not throwing any strikes. You're not pressing the action at all. This fight has been dictated by Duplessis the whole fight. When he needs a rest, he takes a rest. When he wants to strike, he strikes. And Strickland's not throwing anything back. Good uppercut there by Dreykus. Good jab by Dreykus. Looks like he just touched that nose again. It's funny, too, that Australia was rooting against Strickland so hard that he was on the front page of the news and they were begging for him to knock out. These fighters are so tough, you never know when it's over. You do. If the fighter gets up and is complaining, but he's all fucked up, then it was a good stoppage. If they get up and if they pop right up and they're like, "What are you doing? Like, what the fuck?" Then there's an issue. And again, these guys are already getting brain damage. They put in so much hard work. Let them go out on the shield. Let them dictate when the fight's done. They don't need the referee to save them. Oh, a little question mark kick just landed for Dreykus. Oh. So both of these fights, I was rooting for Tatiana and I was rooting for Bisping, and they both laid complete fucking eggs. They both turned in arguably two of the worst performances of their careers. Definitely the worst for Tatiana because that's her first loss. And Strickland, at least he tried to fight Usman. At least he tried to fight that dude, Dos Santos, I think is his name. Ezekiel, whatever the fuck that guy's name is, who hit him with the spinning back kick. What are you doing? Oh, terrible Strickland. Yeah, I try to do it for every card. Just started it recently. I was doing it sporadically, but lately I've been doing it every card. Definitely every numbered card I was doing it for. Now I've started doing it for every card. I'll do it for boxing fights too. You know, a little play-by-play. Ooh, Duplessis' chick is bad. Yeah, definitely drop me a follow. Jump in whenever there's a card on. I like to give play-by-play, a little bit of commentary, tell some stories. I wish I could put the fights up, but they have the way the algorithms work. They fucking take you down and they ban you. I've been suspended numerous times for showing some fights. Thank you, Mac Mob. I appreciate it. Ooh, good spinning back fist for Dreykus. That spinning back elbow, that thing was close. Good right hands. No highlights. They have no highlights from Strickland in this fight. He just got fucked up in this fight. you know, outside perspective, was definitely feeling himself too much. You could tell leading up to this fight, all fight week. And then my biggest red flags were obviously when my Jinx cousin came in the chat and said that he was going to win. But that I saw him on the beach and making videos and still out fucking doing shit. It's like, before the fight, you got to be in fight mode. Especially when you're on the other side of the world. I get it, Strickland spars every day and he's always game, but you got to be in fucking kill mode. The one judge, so 50-45, 50-45, and 49-46, the one judge who gave Strickland that one round, hand in your fucking badge. You do not deserve to be a ref or a judge. You're a fucking moron. And I mean, Du Plessis now, his resume is getting impressive. Strickland twice, Robert Whitaker, Izzy. I know people shit on Derek Brunson, but Derek Brunson's a solid win. He ran Darren Till out of the UFC. Yeah, I've gotten strikes on YouTube from the audio being in the background, so I usually have to like check the levels and make sure it's not picking up the audio too much. These mics though are really good. They condense the audio. So even that, I wanted Strickland. Wasn't going to be surprised if, like, Whaley surprised me tonight. I wasn't going to be surprised if Dreykus won, and I like Dreykus. Dreykus has won me over. He's very funny. Yeah, too busy making stupid videos with that goofball Nina. Longest win streaks in middleweight history. Anderson Silva 13, Izzy 12, Dreykus 9, Chris Weidman 9. So Dreykus is arguably up there right now with Anderson and Izzy. Matt Cannon, Dreykus Du Plessis won 50-45, unanimous decision. Complete shutout. Embarrassed Sean Strickland. Sent Sean Strickland packing back to America. Oh, shit. Dreykus just started screaming at Alex Pereira. So Dreykus just called out Alex Pereira. I think Alex probably fucks him up. I don't know if that awkward shit works against Alex Pereira on the feet. But Chimaev now. Chimaev is a tough out. And if both of them, you always look at how a guy could be defeated. Both of those guys, if anything, have cardio issues. Or on paper, that's how you would beat either one of those guys, is cardio, getting them tired. I don't know if Dreykus can stop Khamzat. Yeah, he's big. I think he's like 6'4", Alex. And I saw a thing recently. Alex is fighting in a month. He was on the scale. He weighs 235 right now. I mean, we thought everyone was kryptonite for DDP, but DDP keeps finding a way to win. Maybe that unorthodox shit would work against Alex. Alex is more seasoned, trying to be crisp, and Izzy just throws, DDP just throws this, dips his head, and then throws that over the top. I don't even want to hear what Strickland has to say. They literally are beeping out the entire thing he's saying. DC broke rule number 1 for being a ring announcer. You never give the guy the fucking microphone. Never give the guy the microphone, DC. So for Dreykus, if Dreykus can get past Khamzat, is he in the conversation for the greatest middleweight of all time? What's left for him? So what will be left for him? Khamzat and Imavov? And I apologize, anybody who took Strickland. My cousin Anthony came in the chat and jinxed him. Anderson Silva, obviously, but I'm saying I said in the conversation. But yeah, that run Anderson went on will never be touched. Or might get touched actually right now by, what's his name? Islam is about to get near that streak. But then even then, that streak should belong to John Jones. But they gave him that one bullshit DQ, and they count that DQ as stopping his win streak. Dreykus and Whaley fucked up all my parlays tonight. At least my fight parlays. Yeah, and then he caught Bobby Knuckles said, he's like, this guy looks so slow. He looks like shit. And then before you know it, I got punched in the face. Yeah, I don't know if he gets past Khamzat. Khamzat seems like a fucking problem at 185. Yeah, that was one of the most disappointing main events. That was not a entertaining fight. That shit was terrible. And then even for a point fight, like a technical battle, the technique in the fight was fucking horrible. Like, don't be like, I want to be a fighter and study that fight. That was shit. But again, Dreykus just keeps leveling himself up to becoming more of a fan to me. Or more of a fighter that I'm a fan of. Yeah. Khamzat's wrestling is elite. And you know Khamzat's not going to stand, and he wasn't going to stand for 5 rounds with either one of those guys. He's going to try to rip them to the ground. That fight against Khamzat against Whitaker was very impressive. Whitaker's got good wrestling, and then Whitaker's tough, durable, and he crushed Whitaker's face. Oh my God, right, Jay Slice? To the death. All right, Sean. All right, pipe down, little guy. Pipe down, Strickland. To the death, Dutchman. He grabbed the mic and was like, to the death, Dutchman. Come on, Sean. Come on, Sean. Was that really to the death? Oh, why'd you bring that up, Jay Slice? Now I'm that much more disappointed in Strickland. I forgot that he said that 12 fucking times leading up to the fight. Oh, how great was that Gilbert Burns versus Khamzat fight? That fight was great, though. That was arguably one of the better fights over the last few years. Excitement. Khamzat Chimaev said, biggest bullshit is this fight. Biggest bullshit is this fight. Khamzat would have beat both of them, one right after the other. Yeah, I was a Strickland fan. He definitely lost me a little bit with that performance. To the death, crying about your nose. Yeah, he didn't have a championship spirit. Yeah, that was rough. They said that he landed 92 strikes. He did not land 92 strikes in that fucking fight. I did not see 92 strikes in that fight. The worst is the LA Kings just lost too. Bastards. couple of donations at the end of my night, but I still wound up a little bit for the day. But they got me good. Hopefully tomorrow the Super Bowl is good. Yeah, he did not land 92. So the punch stats that they have on UFC.com, they have it 120. Oh, they updated it 149. Oh my God, that was going into the 5th round. So now they just updated it 149 to 128. He did not land 128 strikes. So I don't know who does it for the UFC anymore, but I know a couple of the people who used to do it for CompuStrike for like the boxing fights, and I've asked them what it is. They're just given a tabulator, and they're supposed to just like press the button. So they can't really, and they're watching it like a judge. They don't have a monitor, so they're like, you know, they're pressing what they think landed. If you have a monitor, you see what really lands, and you see it a lot better. Those punch stats that you see for fights are never accurate. They're never accurate. Like I said, I know people who do it for CompuStrike. It's probably similar to whoever does it for the UFC. They smoke bud. Go to the TikTok shop. Don't kick me off for that. They're all smokers. They're all drinking on the job. They're definitely not keeping accurate counts. Yeah, Sean was robbed. Sean robbed us. The same as the U.S. government robbed our tax dollars. Strickland robbed us tonight. You owe me money for this pay-per-view, Strickland. You told me to the death, and you put in that performance. You owe me money, Strickland. That was fucking shit. I tuned in for to the death, not for that bullshit. I hope they let DDP rest and they give you Khamzat, and Khamzat fucks you up, bro. After that performance, I hope you have to fight Khamzat with Kadyrov in his corner and he fucks you up, bro. That shit was terrible. That was one of the most ass performances I've ever seen. I missed the fight. Can you sum it up? Then he got his nose broken. That's it. Strickland threw 17 strikes and just did this and got his nose broken. He got hit with a spinning back elbow. He got fucked up a little bit. Didn't do anything. They're saying he landed 128 strikes. Absolutely not. He landed 17. Dreykus landed a good spinning back elbow, some good right hands. Just terrible. Dreykus won. I don't know if I think he was just lightning struck. Like maybe now we're seeing Adesanya was washed more so than Strickland was this guy. Oh, they fucking got me. What did I say? What did I say? They're saying live restricted for some audiences. They said you guys find my live uncomfortable. It's been restricted. Why? Regulated goods content. What did I say? Let me dispute this shit. Oh yeah, no tax on tips. I would have loved to have seen Dreykus at this point now, going into the fight. I was like, fan of Strickland. Now, I wish Dreykus would have took him down and fucked him up with elbows. But they just restricted my chat now. I guess because I was talking about... I guess because I said Bud. The, Again, censorship. You guys see, every live that I do, I'm getting censored. Every single live. It's actually become a theme on my fucking channel and my lives. Is I'm going to say some type of shit that they're going to fuck me up on. But I think it was probably when I said about smoking, because they're so against smoking on TikTok. But how the guys I know who used to work for CompuBox used to smoke and drink while they were on the job and do a poor job. But usually on my phone, I'm able to dispute this. But now they're not letting me dispute this. What is next Saturday? What fights are next Saturday? Let's look at that. I mean, he could get another title shot if Dreykus loses. He's definitely not getting another shot as long as Dreykus is champion. He's 0-2. But if Dreykus loses, then he's back in the mix with a win or two. Let me see. Anthony Smith, that's all they do is censor my lives. It's fucking terrible. It gets me so angry at the censorship on these apps. Yes, of course, UFC Fight Night. I was saying what fights. Let me see. That shit was fucking terrible, though. What a disappointing main event right there. What a disappointing main event. I really went into that, like, to the death. He came out with, like, the American music that they would use when they'd walk to the line and fucking fire their muskets. I was like, oh, yeah, here we go. Oh, is that next? Cannonier versus Rodriguez? And even that, I'm seeing this. So February 15th, they're back at the Apex. March 1st, they're back at the Apex. March 15th, they're back at the Apex. I thought that they said they were done with the Apex. April 6th, they're back at the Apex. I thought they were going to start traveling for shows, and the Apex was kind of done. I feel like there's more Apex shows than shows. That's crazy, too, that Tatiana and Strickland should train together. Tonight was like their big night, and they both kind of choked. But we got Cannonier versus Rodriguez, which should be a good one. But Cannonier is getting up there in age, so I worry about him at this point. Calvin Kattar versus Youssef Zalal is good. Edmund Shabazian versus Dylan Budka could be an entertaining fight. The best fight on this card that I'm most looking forward to is Ismail Bonfim versus Nazim Sadikov. Definitely looking forward to that one. Nazim's a beast. Bonfim's good too. Rodolfo Vieira versus Andre Protaski. Angela Hill. I love me some Angela Hill. My boy Jared Gordon fighting Kai Fernandez. I hope he fucks Kai Fernandez up. I felt like Jared got a rough deal in his last fight. Should have won that one. Rafael Estevam versus Jesus Aguilar. I meant to hit him up this week, but I might try to get an interview with Jared. I always like talking to Jared. Julia Avila versus Jacqueline Calvacante. Dontel Mays versus Walter Walker. Vince Morales versus Elijah Smith. Gabriel Bonfim versus Chaos Williams. So yeah, a good fight night. A couple of fights I'm looking forward to. But Cannonier versus Gregory Rodriguez. Who do you guys have winning that one? Must win. The only entertaining fight on this card was Ilya's brother. Yeah, not the best card. Again, when you're a fight fan, like I consider myself a diehard fight fan. I can watch garbage fights. Like I watched fucking Aiden Ross fights. I was so disgusted by it. But yeah, I love Jared. Jared's a good dude. I've trained with Jared in the past. We've always been very friendly with each other. Whenever I'd go into, when it used to be Sanford, I'd go into Sanford, I'd always catch up with him. We used to have a very good mutual friend who sadly passed away. And I, just always been cool with Jared, always rooted for him, always been around him in his training. And then he helped my cousin get into rehab at one point. My cousin wound up being a jerk off and checking himself out of the rehab, but that's, a whole another story. But Jared's a good dude. He helped him get in there. Like, when you see Jared at the end of fights, he'll say some shit like that. Like, if you're struggling, reach out to me. Like, shoot him a message, and he'll respond. More than likely. I mean, on Instagram, it's tough because you get so much, and they're in, like, the fucked up part. But Jared's a good dude. Man of his word. And his story's good, He died before Jared from drugs, and he came back from the dead. He's one of those people rehab like 10 times before it finally worked, and then once it worked, there was no going back. He became like the other side of that coin, which is an inspiration for people and always there to help people struggling with addiction, depression, anything. Definitely a good dude, Jared. I always root for Jared. And Nazim Sadikov as well. Always got to root for Nazim. He's from the Serra-Longo team as well. Been around him a few times, talked to him. He's a good dude. He's funny. And he's a fucking beast when you watch his fights. He don't put in those Sean Strickland performances. He's always marching forward. I remember talking to Dennis Bermudez about him once. He said he reminds him of like a young RDA, where he's always just marching forward, tight, high guard. So yeah, I like watching Sadikov. And then Rodriguez is always entertaining to watch too. Him versus Jared Cannonier. Jared Cannonier too. I've always had a good relationship with Jared Cannonier. Love Jared Cannonier. Will be rooting for him in that fight. All right, you're the man, Anthony Smith. You're the best Anthony Smith I've ever seen that I know. Keep up being the good Anthony Smith, not the bad Anthony Smith. And think about putting out an APB to all the other Anthony Smiths so you guys can all cancel that Anthony Smith, because fuck that guy. But good night of fights. I'm going to watch the, what's it called? Post-fight press conference. I mean, I should hop out and restart my live because they fucking restricted me. And they're not letting me. I'm not seeing where I can attack the restriction. Normally, they let me respond to the restriction. This time, they are not letting me respond to the restriction. So everybody that's currently in this TikTok chat, if you can, drop me a follow. See right here? Trying to get my numbers up. They're still low, but they're respectful. Got to get them up. Got to get my TT numbers up. And go follow my YouTube. It's in the link in my bio. But I try to do this every fight night. Any event night. Any type of entertainment. Fight related. Just recently did my first pro wrestling because I like the Royal Rumble. Probably won't be doing many more of those till next year's Royal Rumble. I get it. Wrestling could be a little corny. I watch it for the bitches and for the throwback wrestlers. But yeah, I feel like I'm looking back. What the fuck was fight of the night? I feel like every fight kind of was shit. I don't know what was fight of the night on this card. Let me go back at that. I feel like it might go to Tatiana and Whaley. And that fight was a little one-sided. Or is my brain just drawing a blank right now? Man, I thought Strickland was going to have so much power coming in with that mustache. He fucking sucked a dick with that mustache. No mustache rides. He was cleaning a dude's asshole with that thing. Cody Steele versus Rungzu maybe was fight of the night. Oh, the crude fight. Yeah. Yeah, Tom Nolan versus Slava Klaus, a little one-sided. Jenkins Santos was a grappling shitfest. So yeah, Crute versus. I feel like they're never gonna give fight of the night to a draw. They just don't do that. They almost the same way a parlay, a betting website will scratch a draw. I feel like they do that too. Let me see. Fucking trash, though. Fucking trash. That was like a die-hard fight fan type of fight. Oh, that was a fight companion. I'll definitely be checking that out. Oh, so yeah, the press conference has yet to start. Double L, Strickland. You lost me as a fucking fan, too. With that bullshit. Kamzat would have fucking ragdolled you. Would have ragdolled both of you. Then the Kings lost. I had another bet where I would have won with the Kings, but the Kings fucking choke, lose to the Ducks. How do you lose to the Ducks, bro? Again, as I was saying earlier, all just went downhill when my goober cousin came in the chat. All right, DA, you're the man. Thank you for stopping by. Well, enjoy the dinner. Have a good, safe week. I'm getting snowed in right now, upstate, so another week here in the cold. Hopefully things are better for you out there. And I'll be here next week, so if you're around, hop on. Thank you for stopping by tonight. But yeah, what a terrible fucking fight card that wound up being. Could have had like a savior moment, but Strickland fucking ruined it. Tatiana ruined it. Non-chain wrestling. Strickland with his fucking garbage. Just replaying that fight back in my head. That was fucking terrible. That performance from Strickland was fucking atrocious. Like, you watched the first round and you were like, oh, here we go. We got Dana on. Moreno versus Erceg is good. Ooh, Gasol and Pfeiffer. I didn't see that, but that's good. Gasol versus Pfeiffer is good. That's good reporting right there. Thank you, DA. And they're making Erceg go to Mexico. Moreno in Mexico is probably going to be fucking nuts.
You know what I mean? I've never seen a guy so solid and professional. Gets his nose broke, snaps it back into place, keeps fighting, gets hit with some nasty shots. When he gets hit with big shots, he will start shaking his head and doing all the goofy things that people like that do. My order. I mean, you can go into any combat sport, you've seen it. Nobody's so professional during a fight than this guy. Fascinating, man. Very tough as well. Like, he takes some big shots in the nose thing. Like, usually if you see a fighter freak out from the pain, they lose their composure. Like you said, he just gets right back into the dance back in. 100%. Never, looks like he never slides off the game plan, stays focused, doing what he's supposed to do, even with a broken nose. Yeah, I agree. It's fascinating. And on the other side, the Driekus, I mean, it got a little bit weird towards the end, but it would be said that in the first round, he actually looked maybe more technical than he hasn't. Well, you know what's funny is, and I meant that as a compliment. When I said he fights like a white guy dances, right? Like awkward and whatever. It's all they've been focusing on that. I was like, don't listen to the shit that I say. I'm whatever he's doing works. He's the world champion, and how do you spar for a guy like that? You know, don't change anything that he's doing on account of what I say. I imagine this has to be discussed on Tuesday, but it would feel like Driekus is a pretty big fight that you guys have put on. Yeah, we'll talk about it on Tuesday. Co-main event, Zhang came out hustled the woman who was meant to be stronger than her, out wrestled the woman who was meant to out wrestle her. Amazing performance for her. Yeah, I mean,
I don't know about you guys or how you felt. Lots of people were texting me saying that Whaley loses tonight and, it's over and she was an underdog and I bet the casinos got murdered tonight because there a lot of people threw money on Tatiana. But when you look at Whaley, she's one of the greatest of all time, the best female fighter, in the sport right now. And at the press conference, Tatiana was talking about what she's going to do and what about her wrestling. Whaley said this isn't a wrestling match, this is a fight. And she actually out-wrestled Tatiana tonight and absolute stud. And such a huge, huge star in China for us. She trended, I want to say she trended number one like 4 times during fight week. 100 million views just on UFC platforms in China. And tonight she was trending number one in all the big territories for us. So, huge star.
I would assume that you would look to bring her to China at some point in the future.
What's that?
Would you like to take her to China at some point in the future?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if you look at the talent that's coming out of, they all look good tonight. So, yeah, it was a really, really good week in China.
The China chicks went 2-0 tonight, or 3 or that one dude was from China too. They went 3-0. Probably would have been a nice parlay betting all the China fighters.
Totally different level. Not even the same universe.
We spoke with Whaley before this fight earlier this week. She said that if she got that past Tatiana, she would want to stay up and fly because she feels like she's running out of opponents that strong. Entertain this super fight between Valentina and Whaley. It was also it seemed like a big night for just like these Australian prospects, like in the beginning, top only their debuts, but they're in here and they're talking about the lightweight division has a lot of people past 35 that might not be here. I'm very just headline fight.
DDP awkward style strikes again. Sean gassed out so quick, couldn't keep his guard up. I think Sean just looked terrible tonight. Yeah, Kamzat probably would have ran through both of them tonight. I mean, that exact statement though, I don't think DDP is real competition when Kamzat returns. We've thought that with everyone DDP has fought now at this point, and he keeps winning. I do lean towards Kamzat in that. But I wouldn't be surprised if DDP shocks me again. Bro, why are they hyping up that fight? That fight wasn't that good. Whaley versus Tatiana. We don't need to pander to women's MMA and pretend like that was a great fight. Exactly. That fight was terrible. They're making it like that was. They just compared that fight to Whaley versus Joanna, and I think they said Robbie Lawler, Rory McDonald. What the fuck? Rory McDonald, Robbie Lawler is one of the greatest fights ever.
This is Bleach from Midu. As far as question for you is, do you still think Martina is the comfortable number one, or Weili is the comfortable number one?
Okay, so they announced Taporia versus Volkanovski. Or that says not official yet. Weili versus Valentina. I fuck with it. I'm good on watching the fight I just saw. Weili versus Tatiana. That shit was terrible. The one thing that sucks tomorrow is all the other sports are kind of dead, except for the NFL. I hate when they do that. Ads. Give me the skip.
It's no different than if we go to New York or California or some of these states. Yeah, taxes are an unfortunate, but I think that there is, these guys
What a dumb question.
get some of the money back.
What a dumb fucking question.
I don't think there's any argument with anybody on that one. They suck, but there's something we got to pay. Yep.
Touching on what you said there is a tax credit.
And this guy just followed up with another dumb fucking question about taxes.
His release, or was he not re-signed? What was the situation?
Yeah, I don't. He was either cut or not resigned.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yep.
Hey, Dana.
Yeah. Coming back to New Zealand? That's a good question. I can't answer that one off the top of my head either. But yes, obviously. I mean, look at tonight. Look how expensive and it was a big event for us tonight. Again, we broke the record.
I mean, there's politics and everything. That's what it is. Everything.
Number one in Australia, number two in France. What people don't understand is when we move this thing around and we go to different parts of the world, number one in China.
I just want to know fight questions. Is Kamzat next for DDP? Do we have any news on Conor McGregor? What are your thoughts, Dana, on Terrence Crawford fighting Canelo? Is there ever a realm where you entertain Conor McGregor fighting one of these influencers? What's next for Islam? If Taporia is successful against Volkanovski, is Taporia able to go up to 155? Why are we still doing shows at the Apex when the world's open back up? Come on, guys. Ask some better fucking questions. What are your thoughts on the GFL?
I think that when I first started this thing, right, the three no-brainers for me were the United States, Mexico, and the UK. Traditionally big boxing country, but Australia, when you really think about it, does make a lot of sense. There's a lot of people here. You guys got rugby, soccer, and a couple other sports. Saw fucking pillow fight. Fucking TV tonight here in Australia. No, I don't ever want to hear another word from you people about power slap, okay? Ever. But, yeah, it makes sense. The fan base continues to grow here, and the talent is off the charts. So, I don't know if I answered your question, but.
More for me, the last Australia is the pay-per-view event. However, if I'm not mistaken, the duel with Perth was one pay-per-view and one fight night. UFC is such a big machine to bring an event like a fight night all the way down here. Do you expect it to be like more difficult because it may be like a smaller event?
No, we bring fight nights everywhere. I just did a fight night in Saudi Arabia last week. Fight nights and pay-per-views are how we built this business. We have a whole laundry list of fighters that are super talented and possibly the world champions of tomorrow. And those are the guys that we move around and put on fight night cards. As long as the fights are, listen, I have to have 3 or 4 holy shit moments a night, and as long as that happens on any card that we do, we have a successful evening.
And speaking of the Perth card, the fight night, there was reports coming out of the might be June, July. Do you have any details on that?
June, July, there's Perth, perhaps. I don't know off the top of my head.
And I just wanted to clarify, I asked you the press conference, but it's a little bit more here, we can have that chat. Sean Strickland and the New South Wales government, obviously all the media and stuff have been outraged. Obviously you laughed it out the other day when you put on your story with the newspaper.
I thought I was fucking with
Yeah, no, most of the experience ridiculous. We don't even like to have it.
But listen, for a place that is so tough, and the people, everything on land and the water can kill you. You have the biggest pussies I've ever seen in the media in my life. I saw a story where a guy was like, I saw Dana do a podcast with the premiere, and it physically made me sick. Holy fucking shit. You guys have to have the biggest pussies of all time in the media here. Just for the record, but go ahead, what's the question?
The question is, does anyone in the government at all go, please not Strickland, or does that ever get back to you at all?
I do that. Are you kidding me? I do that.
I was banging my head against the mic with these stupid fucking questions that they keep asking.
We're going to take guys that say a lot of things and do a lot of things. I'm a big believer in free speech. And,
Love me some free speech. Hate censorship.
Because your media
hate the legacy media. They're fucking atrocious.
Did I actually voice it to those?
Oh, they got me. They got me.
Even your people know that you fucking media are weak. They know. They know it. You know it. We all know it now. I didn't know. Now I know. Good. Have a great night, you guys. And thank you.
That was some of the most bullshit fucking questions. They didn't ask him anything. They asked him about fucking taxes and the Australian media. You fucking morons. Wasting the guy's fucking time. But how was everyone's night that's currently in the chat? Did you guys enjoy the fights? Do you feel like you wasted your time, your money? I thought it was, I'm a big fight fan, so I watch anything. But now when I'm hindsight and I'm reflecting on it, definitely a shit night of fights. The main event was trash. The co-main event was trash. I guess those 3 fights that were supposedly trash on the main card wound up being the better fights of the night. The one was a quick knockout. But total fucking trash card. Paying fucking $70 for that dog shit. Again, Sean Strickland, you owe me fucking money, bro. You owe me $70. Because that was fucking horrible. That was a terrible performance. You kept saying all week, to the death, Dutchman! To the death, Dutchman! How about no, Sean? That wasn't to the death. If you two would have fought to the death tonight, Dreykus would have killed you. You would have died. You would have came out to that musket march music and gotten fucking killed by the Dutchman. Murdered, Strickland. So go cry on that bimbo Nina's shoulder and wonder what happened. You didn't do enough. You didn't do shit. You came out and you threw 0 fucking strikes. 7 strikes around. What's up, Joe? Even my dog is ashamed of you, Strickland. Ashamed to be a Strickland fan. That shit was atrocious. Wasted my fucking time. Watching Dreykus fucking punch you around the ring. Oh, why'd you do it? Why'd you do it? Man, that was rough. But all I got, what do I got? 50 here in this TikTok. Throw me a follow. Because I'm going to restart this just because they got me restricted. TikTok always playing these fucking games with me. But I'll watch the next few people that come out. See what Dricus has to say about his friend Sean Strickland saying to the death, but then only fighting him the way he fought him, which was fucking terrible. But throw me a follow. Gonna restart it because they got me restricted because I was talking about how the people who count the punch stats probably are stoned, smoking drugs. And they tried to censor me. As they always do. What'd I get? 32K views. Post fight recap. Let me close that actually. Yeah, definitely should have tried to go for broke at the end of that fight. You know, it's tough when you're in there, but Tatiana too. She definitely should have went for more. Went for broke. You know, now she's gonna watch that back and be fucking kicking herself. That shit's fucking rough. Both of them laid an egg tonight. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Strickland fights to defend. DDP fights to kill. Just trash. Trash performance. Props to Dricus. Dricus at least went out there and with his weird, awkward, unorthodox techniques was still going for it. Versus Sean, who didn't do shit. Yeah, definitely stitches. It looked pretty deep. The cut on Tatiana's knee. Looked a little nasty. It looked like it was caused by mat burn or like scraping it on the mat, and then it just opened up as the fight went on. Definitely looked like an eyebrow on her knee. Nice gash. I would have rather Sean given his own. That's why he lost respect. He definitely lost a lot of respect. I mean, props for getting in there for any fighter, but to scream every microphone all week to grab the mic and say to the death, that shit was trash. Exactly, trash performance. You know, and then even for an athlete, for your championship moment, a title fight, you gotta fucking go. What are you doing? Like, Tatiana was at least out there trying. Yeah, I can't think of the instances, but we've definitely seen that before. It's a thing. Like when people are feeling themselves too much fight week and they're talking so much that you're like, I don't know if they're going to be able to deliver on this. Yeah, I would say that was one of the worst title fight performances ever. Sean Strickland's performance tonight. He was just a punching bag in there. And then for Dricus, this unorthodox shit just keeps working. Do you think Sean is going to be the most forgettable middleweight of all time? Middleweight champion of all time? Probably. Yeah, Eric Nixick was telling him. I think he needed screaming. He almost needed his dad That's that type of shit in his corner. Like, what are you doing, you fucking clown? Get in there and fucking do something. You're getting fucked up. You're not throwing any strikes. Yeah, 50-45. Strikes was definitely impressive. One-sided ass whooping. Strickland just started slow, and then you saw when he gave away the first 2 rounds, pretty much, I was like, he's not winning this fight. And then again, like I was saying in the other chat, my cousin jinxed that fight. He's the jinx. He's the mush from a Bronx Tale. He's like 3 for 700 on bets. I mean, Alex don't really speak English. I think Khamzat ragdolls Dricus. But Dricus, these last few fights, has been surprising the hell out of us. We thought he'd lose to Robert Whittaker. He beat Robert Whittaker. Yeah, Weidman was good, though. Weidman fell off. Weidman had a few title defenses. Weidman was definitely a way better middleweight champion than Strickland. Weidman just had a hard, a tough cliff he fell off of. But yeah, that was one of the worst title performances I remember seeing in recent memory. Again, Tatiana too. She's gonna watch that back and be like, "Where was my wrestling? Where was my chain wrestling? Like, what was I doing? What the fuck was I doing?" She was shooting from way too far out. She was getting just on the hips and not doing anything. Whaley's too strong to just try to Hulk takedowns on her. You got to start using your techniques. Stepping this way, making her move a little bit, throwing her off balance, and then fucking getting her down. Even her whole career, she wasn't taking people down like that. Like, she was chain wrestling. Tonight, she just didn't have it. To be honest, Strickland had a lot of hype around him because of his performance against Izzy. And Weidman helped to put fights in MSG. Yeah, but I think the fights in MSG were after. Weidman just was a perfect storm for Anderson Silva. He was longer than anybody else Anderson fought. And where Anderson always used that head movement, he was just out of range and everyone was missing. Weidman had those couple of inches just to clip him. But yeah, he was definitely built up off of Izzy, because Izzy was a dominant champion. Other than the Pajeda fight, Izzy was good. Yeah, I thought Tatiana was going to dominate and do way better. Her wrestling just looked off tonight. Granted, that was also what Whaley was doing. She got taken down, too, for the first time. I mean, not even one-dimensional. The absolute worst, like we were just saying, the absolute worst was all week. Every microphone he could get, he would say, "To the death, Dutchman." Where was that, Strickland? You came in with this mustache. Everyone, myself included, thought you'd have some aura and some fucking go get it with the fucking mustache, and you didn't do shit. I mean, I liked DDP. I liked Strickland, or I liked Strickland until that performance. I put my money on Strickland, unfortunately. Is Alex coaching Sean a curse for him? I don't know why. Does he lose every time Alex is in his corner? To be honest, I wanted DDP to win because of how racist Sean is. Yeah, I could see that. Dricus has won me over, though. Every time, the more I see Dricus, he keeps leveling up to me. Alex coaching Sean is 0-2. Yeah. Yeah, I was very disappointed with Tatiana's wrestling. She just didn't show up tonight. In the first round, that first takedown she got, she timed it perfectly when Whaley was throwing a big strike. And then the rest of that fight, she was just shooting from way too far out, getting in on the hips. And just, again, like I was screaming it all fight. No chain wrestling. At that level, you need to chain wrestle. Bro, I don't understand why he fought like that. I mean, he's not super crazy or anything, but throw 400. Yeah, that shit was terrible. He barely was fighting, it looked like. I think he burnt himself out. It was probably a long fight week. They had a day, they call it a dark day, when you have a whole full 24 hours after weigh-ins. So he was probably just thrown off of his routine. And then he was out being a fucking idiot. He wasn't in kill mode. He was out with that goofball Nina making stupid fucking videos. playing with fucking kids on the beach, wrestling little kids. You need to be in fucking fight mode, kill mode. You're the contender for this title fight. Do you want your championship back or not? You're not going to get it being a fucking goofball. He needed to be in kill mode. Again, all week, grabbing every microphone he could and saying, to the death, Dutchman. If you would have fought Dreykus to the death tonight, if there was no referee, you would have died tonight, Strickland. You fought like shit. I know this is not his name, but it sounds like wrong. Wrong. Who the fuck is wrong, Jew? But yeah, all week he was screaming to the death, and then he completely laid an egg tonight. I think him and Tatiana both came in flat. I mean, Dreykus and Whaley fought good, but they had no answer for what they were doing. Here's Whaley now speaking in Chinese. Yeah, I'm not a Nina fan. I'm just not. She sucks. Initially, when she first started making videos in the MMA space, she did a couple that I was like, oh, she's entertaining. And the more she does, I'm not a fan. Oh, I missed a couple of things there. I hate DDP, though, bro. It's worse than Sean when it comes to talking. I mean, DDP said some funny shit, though. It was just terrible. That was one of the worst main events I think I've ever seen. That shit was terrible. You like Chinese food or Chinese women? DDP in the fights doesn't win me over. His interviews and some of the funny shit I've heard him say wins me over. But he keeps beating good fighters, so you can't deny him at this point. The fight that impressed me the most was his Robert Whittaker fight. I feel like when he beat Izzy, it was kind of Izzy checked out a little bit on the decline. Let's see. Mosvar versus Taporia. Yeah, I think Mosvar is going to get left behind on that one. I don't hate Nina, but no one's watching without the fighters. Yeah, and that's the problem, is she thinks the opposite. She thinks people are watching for her. I used to interview fighters all the time. I'm going to get back into it. People aren't tuning in for me. They're tuning in for the fighter. 100%. Like Ariel Helwani thinks that too, like that people are tuning in for him. No, they're tuning in for the people you fucking interview, you moron. Who gaslights? Doesn't the way they pronounce the words in Chinese sound tough? Yeah, like Ariel thinks he's a centerpiece of like MMA culture. It's like, bro, shut the fuck up and interview the guy. No one cares about you. Who was flirting with DDP? DDP's chick is hot. She's a smoke show. Props to DDP for that. I'm very impressed with his choice in women. But yeah, I mean, they have big followings, bigger followings than me, but I don't give a fuck. I think Nina and Ariel Helwani are the bowels of MMA journalism. I don't know how people tune in. Again, people tune in because they get big interviews, but I think they're both terrible. Nina was flirting with DDP. No, I did not see that. Imavov already lost to Strickland. Pretty bad, too, one-sided. Maybe Strickland versus Cow and Imavov versus someone else. Izzy should take a break for a minute. And yeah, DDP versus Kamzat is going to be good. Who just trained together? Imavov and Cow? Yeah, that happens at this level. I'd have to look at the rankings to see who else is in there, but I feel like Izzy's out for a minute. Oh, Cow and Sean? Yeah, Izzy's up there in age too, so it's not. I don't think it's gonna get better for Izzy if he keeps fighting top guys. It's only gonna get worse. Yeah, I think she's disgraceful. I understand. I'm not a fan. I'm not. Again, when she first came on, I saw a couple interviews that I was like, oh, she's entertaining. And then the more she does, I'm just like, nope. And then you kind of see she has like an ego. She's similar to Ariel Helwani. She has an ego in this space where it's like, you wouldn't be shit without these fighters. It's not you, it's the fighters. Izzy could still win fights, but if he keeps trying to fight his way back to a title, it's not going to go good for him. And then I was saying he should fight MVP, considering MVP just jumped up to 85 for that one fight, but I think he's going back down to 70. And then I just saw them do a video together, so they seem like they're friendly, but yeah, ego is terrible. You gotta, like Khabib always says, you gotta be humble. I mean, Sean versus Izzy, loser leaves town match. Or just they just fought recently, so I don't know about that fight. Yeah, but the Izzy MVP is what I was thinking, but then I just saw that they just did a video together. And I guess they're more friends than I guess people knew. I think they're both up there in age is also why my brain was entertaining the fight, and they both just fought recently. I'd have to look at the rankings and see what's out there at 185. Whitaker's getting up there too. It's the changing of the guard a little bit. Every division I feel like is like that. I feel like 55 is getting there. I feel like 85 is getting there. I feel like 70 kind of changed over with Bilal and Leon. And now you see like Usman's on a losing streak. You see the division kind of changing over. Colby's on a losing streak. I'm telling you, man, 35 is the age. Like that's a big area or reason Whaley surprised me tonight. I think Aspinall's 31, or is Aspinall still in his 20s? Might be 28. But that's where Whaley surprised me tonight. Is she broke the mold, the statistic that if you're over 35, you do not win title fights. That's one of the main reasons I was picking against her tonight. Aspinall's 31. Young for a heavyweight. He gave Khamzat a good fight, and he's still good. Like Usman, dare I say, is kind of in the Izzy position. He could still beat good fighters, but if he keeps fighting the top guys, trying to get back to a title, it's not going to go good for him. Usman's also pretty broken down. That's why Usman's not rushing back to a fight right now. He's got shoulder problems. He's got knee problems. He's fucked up. I just was surprised because Whaley was 35. This was her first fight at 35, and if you look at the statistics, they're actually fucking insane. Of 35 versus a younger fighter, the younger fighter wins like 95% of the time. In title fights, like 98% of the time. It's fucking insane. It's now, I think, Whaley and Tyron Woodley are the only people under heavyweight and 205 that have won title fights over 35. It's fucking crazy. Yeah, but I don't think Aspinall beats Tom. The more time that passes, the better chance he has as Zhang gets older and ages his way out of fighting. I mean, people sleep on Bilal. Bilal's good. Bilal can win fights. Bilal has a style that if you're a striker, he can pose problems to you. I'd have to look at the rankings, but I don't know who beats Bilal. Who's gonna take out Bilal? Yeah, her knee looked pretty fucked up. Definitely some stitches. Oh, Shavkat? I don't know. I think Bilal has something for Shavkat. I thought Suarez was going to run through Zhang too, but I also thought her wrestling would show up tonight. Her wrestling looked fucking terrible. Woodley in his prime. Yeah, he was good, but I don't know. I feel like he had some holes. I feel like he was champion when the division was a little weak. He was definitely really good though. Knocked out Robbie Lawler. But then if you look at like his actual wins, who'd he beat? Darren Till? Uh Wonder Boy? I think after the last fight, Shavkat gets done like Leon. Yeah. I'm telling you, Bilal, you can't sleep on Bilal. Bilal, similar to DDP, keeps surprising you. Every time you root against him or you think he's going to lose, he keeps winning. And Bilal, similar to DDP too, you look at his championship fights and how he's performed versus look at the fights of him getting to the title. He had moments where he didn't look too good. He lost some fights. DDP had fights where he didn't look too good, but now, since the Robert Whittaker fight, DDP looks like a fucking champion. Since the Sean Brady fight, Bilal looks like a fucking champion. His style's very effective. His style's basically Khabib or Islam, but Islam's got that striking that he relies on. But then you see Islam, anytime Islam starts to have trouble on the feet or any type of anything on the feet, he's like, no. Let me go Dagestan. And he fucking takes people down and mauls them. Like, you can get lucky and knock someone out. You're not going to get lucky and dominate someone on the ground. Yes, DDP looked gassed. At the end of the second round, he looked like he was breathing heavy. But Sean just wasn't doing enough. He was letting Dricus fight at his pace. So it was a very slow-paced fight. I think Bilal has submissions, just doesn't get to them. Just ground and pound and control. That style's effective. You saw it with Khabib at 55. You see it with Islam at 55. A good grappler is hard to deal with. Yeah, DDP, I mean, the thing with DDP is even when he's tired, he goes. He doesn't shut off when he's tired. He's tough. The greatest attribute of DDP, he's unorthodox, he's awkward, whatever, is toughness and durability. Those are his greatest attributes. Absolutely. If Sean would have put volume out, but I think the power. If there's anything that you can come up with of why Strickland didn't step on the gas or come forward, it was the power. He was weary of the power, and then you saw what happens when he does get hit. He got his nose fucking broken. He got split up. That spinning back elbow could have knocked him out. It was close. I think Dricus is tough. Dricus is tough. I think it's because Sean, I like Strickland, or I did like Strickland until tonight. Now I feel like he owes me money after that terrible fight. Yeah, I think he just was conscious of the ramifications of overextending. If he would have missed the shot and overextended, he would have got clipped. And then you saw when he just started kind of freezing up and DDP threw something and he got clipped, his nose got plastered. Like, his nose was fucked up real quick. I think it kind of looked like it in the moment, but you couldn't really tell. Dana said it in the post-fight. It looked like his nose got fucked up, and then when he was running around, he was like trying to reset his nose. Rough night for Strickland. Rough night for Strickland. Tatiana's grappling just wasn't on point tonight. Granted, it was Whaley's strength, Whaley's takedown defense, working with Frank Hickman. Shout out to Frank Hickman and the guys at Bang Tao. But now, she just beat the girl who was supposed to beat her. Whaley's in that class. Whaley's one of the best females we've seen. She's strong. She keeps finding ways to win. I'd like to see her versus Valentina. I wonder how the size would look, like how she would match up size-wise against Valentina. I think they were giving him credit. They definitely hyped him up. I saw Dana posting him on social media and shit. And what do you mean they didn't give him credit? I mean, they have him in their main event fighting for the title. They could have skipped him and gave it to Khamzat. They could have gave it to Imavov or if just beaten fucking what's his name. They wanted Strickland to be in the title fight. I mean, who is Jack Della Maddalena fighting? Did they announce him versus anybody yet? I mean, Jack Della Maddalena maybe for Bilal. Shavkat maybe for Bilal. Either one of those guys. Sean Brady's on the comeback after losing his only fight to Bilal. I hope not, and I don't think Ian Gary will ever be a champion. If Michael Morales beats Gilbert Burns, he jumps up in the mix. But do they beat Bilal? I don't know. And then 185, Kyle Baharlo's in the mix. You know, Vittori's not getting a title shot. Cannonier's not getting a title shot. Whitaker's not getting a title shot. Izzy's not getting a title shot. So it's Khamzat and Imavov. I mean, arguably, they could do Strickland versus the winner of Cannonier. The winner or loser of Cannonier versus Rodriguez. I mean, him versus Cannonier the first time was a little controversial. Close fight. And then he's never fought Rodriguez. I mean, Strickland versus Whitaker is a good fight. I'd watch that. I'd watch a rematch with Whaley and Zanzibar. But yeah, that might be the fight, is Strickland versus Whitaker. Okay, so Jack's fighting Leon. Yes. So, I mean, does Leon get a title rematch if he wins that fight? Or does Maddalena get a title shot if he beats Leon? I think he does. Seeing that Gilbert Burns fight versus Jack Maddalena, he could be a live dog against Bilal if he can get out grappled and not get too fucked up mentally and still get up and land strikes. Thoughts on the main event? Fucking atrocious. Thoughts on the co-main event? Fucking atrocious. They were hyping the main event, the co-main event up like it was a great fight. I thought it was a one-sided fucking drubbing. It was two girls with sloppy striking and shit wrestling. My own mistake was betting on the fight. You know, never bet on women's MMA. It's fucking terrible. And the main event it was fucking terrible. Even in round 4, what was good about it? I feel like the whole fucking fight was just terrible. Very boring fight. If I'm the promoter, I'd look at that and be like, I'm never putting these guys in the main event again. They're co-main event territory. Unless I'm feeding them to Khamzat. But again, DDP grew on me. I'm liking DDP more and more that I see him. Strickland lost me as a fan tonight. Talked all that shit. Came out with the mustache. Kept saying to the death and came out like shit. The only action of the fight was Strickland getting beat up. The spinning back elbow. The broken nose. The calf kicks early on. I mean, that's how Dreykus started that fight, was just working that calf kick. And he landed some good ones that you saw, like the discoloration on Strickland's leg early. But very, very poor performance from Strickland. Well, he broke his nose. It was definitely a significant strike. And I think Strickland's reaction was very significant. The fact that he, like, checked his nose, backed away, checked his nose again, and then started, like, fucking... I don't know. They never have a lineup on who's next on the podium. It's just whoever... So after they fight, you go see the doctor, and that takes all different times, however long or how fucked up you are, whatever they're looking at, and then you can go fuck around with your team for a little bit, and then they get you out there whenever you have your moment, like your free time. They don't really rush you in order to the podium. It all depends on how long you're at the doctor for. I would think Dreykus is definitely coming out. Definitely not Teixeira, because he doesn't speak English. And he's not a big name. So probably just Dreykus is all that's left coming out. Maybe they put Strickland on the podium. Yeah, that's definitely the fight. I mean, it's tough if Khamzat wins, because then it's like, bro, you only have one fight. One title fight. I think you need to win 2 or 3 fights, defend the belt 2 or 3 times before you start thinking about moving up. Like, I liked that DDP, after the fight, called out Pereira. If he's smart, he talks that up and tries to get the Pereira fight over Khamzat. I don't think anyone can beat DDP or Khamzat. I think Khamzat could beat DDP. I think I could see Khamzat. So I think part of what you saw at 170 was Khamzat's problem was his cardio, because he was cutting too much weight. And I think at 85, his cardio is a little bit better. His strength's a little bit better. He's probably a little bit more durable. I think Khamzat at 185 is a problem. I think he was cutting way too much weight at 170. And that really fucks up your cardio when you cut a lot of weight. Like, when you're cutting the kind of weight that he was cutting for 75 or 70, you're on death's door the day before you fight, cutting weight like that. So it's definitely not healthy for you to come out the next day and have a dog fight with Gilbert Burns or a fighter of that caliber. But yeah, I think Khamzat at 185. I mean, DDP's been shocking us fight after fight, so there could be that where DDP's style somehow fucking shocks us and beats Khamzat. But I think if I'm DDP, I try to avoid Khamzat, and I just try to... What does he got now? 2 title defenses. I would try to get the Pereira fight if I could. But he's probably going to get Khamzat, which is going to be a tough night for him. Khamzat's definitely a problem. Yeah, I think Alex knocks DDP out. Unless DDP tries to take him down and makes it like a grappling fight. But if they strike, yes, I think Alex knocks DDP out. Thank you for the follow, James. I appreciate it. Should Strickland rematch Izzy? No, I think Strickland should fight Robert Whittaker. That would be the best matchup they can make right now. Both coming off losses now. Yeah, 235. I saw that Alex posted a video that he's about to start cutting weight or leaning out for the next UFC event. I think Izzy should take some time off. I did think, I was throwing it out there that maybe Izzy should fight MVP if MVP was going to stay up at 185. But I think MVP said he's going back down. And then I saw they just made a video together, like a fight companion thing, where I guess they're better friends than I thought. I mean, looking at it, I mean, they could use him to build somebody, but Izzy, it's not going to get better for Izzy trying to fight his way back to the title. But I think Izzy should take a little bit of time. And then, what's he doing? If he's not fighting back to the title, maybe he fights the winner or the loser of Cannonier versus Rodriguez. If it's Rodriguez, because he already fought Cannonier. But yeah, I like Strickland versus Robert Whittaker. That'd be a good one. 5-round fight night main event. I'd be rooting for Robert Whittaker. I think Fluffy Hernandez is fighting Brendan Allen, if I'm not mistaken, or Vittori. Fluffy Hernandez has a fight against somebody. So there's still a few fights to play out at 185, but I know Whittaker is free for Strickland. And then as far as Izzy, I don't know. There's still fights that got to play out, and I think, again, should take a break. The heavyweight that knocked out Tafa was huge. Nah, nothing interesting. Even like Dana came out, they asked him the dumbest fucking questions. They asked him not a single fight question, I don't think. They didn't ask him anything about fighting. They asked him about taxes in Australia and Strickland being on the newspaper. Nothing else good. No good questions. I think he's 6'7". Maybe was he 6'9"? I thought he was 6'7", and probably cuts to 265. He's a big dude. Yeah, it was fucking terrible. Dumbest. And then even when they asked him a dumb tax question, the next guy who got the mic asked added to the stupid tax question. So they wasted fucking 10 minutes on fighters paying taxes in Australia. Where they could have asked good questions like, does DDP have any chance where he could fight Pereira? If Topuria beats Volkanovski, does he have any chance where we'll let him fight Islam? They always talk about soccer stadiums. They could put Ilya and Islam in any soccer stadium in overseas, and it would fucking sell out. They could do Ilya versus Islam at Cowboy Stadium in Texas and sell that thing out easily. I think people underestimate how big of a star both of those guys are in combat sports. But yeah, now that I'm thinking about it, I like Strickland versus Whittaker. Or you rush Bo Nickel and you give Bo Nickel either Izzy or Sean Strickland. Sink or swim. Yeah, and I know Dana has always been kind of against it, but I think my take on it is even like adding more divisions is they should add 165. They should get rid of 170, make it 175, make 85, make 95. Like, what's the most marketable thing in boxing? Which obviously MMA is a sub of boxing. Boxing came first. Boxing's been around for 100 years. But what makes you more marketable in boxing is being like a 3-weight, 4-weight, 5-weight world champions. Look at the biggest fight sellers of all time, other than Tyson. They were Holyfield, who was a 2-weight world champion. De La Hoya, who was 5-weight world champion. Mayweather, who was, I think, a 5 or 6-weight world champion, and all these lower weight classes where guys were multiple weight world champions. Pereira, huge draw, 2-weight world champion. Conor, huge draw, 2-weight world champion. I think the first time when we finally get a 3-weight world champion or other 2-weight world champions, it makes you more marketable. It kind of adds into that boxing aspect of this guy transcends weight classes. He's amazing, and it brings more eyes, I think. I'm all for it, but I think there has to be a little bit of protocol. Like Conor obviously was lightning in a bottle, broke the mold. He was able to just win the belt and go up and fight for another title. I think you have to win 2 or 3 at least at the weight class, defend the belt a little bit, then move up. But I'm all for double champs. I'd love to see a double champion who could defend the belts at the same time. But yeah, I want to see if Bo is that good too. And also, it would be a fight that would draw. People would pay attention to it. I think his wrestling, and if he's going to go for his wrestling, like he had that bullshit, boring fight with, who was that? Oh, why is my brain drawing a blank? The guy who paints his face. Paul Craig. But he struck with Paul Craig. He's not going to strike with Izzy or Strickland. He'll go for takedowns on them. I think that it'd be a stylistic matchup, almost like a throwback fight. Heavy grappler versus heavy striker. And I think Bo Nickel will be a live dog in both of those fights. I just seen it. And I need it. Jerry versus DDP. I mean, Jerry is on... Did Jerry win his last fight? I think he won his last fight. But Jerry's not on a bit of a losing streak. Oh, no. He beat Hill. He's got to win a fight at 85. And then I think he could definitely move down and one fight be in the mix. I think they just announced Joe Pyfer versus Kelvin Gastelum at 185, which is a great fight. I'm very interested in. But yeah, there's a lot of interesting shit they can make. One question that I saw that was asked earlier was, who are they going to give Dustin Poirier for his last fight? And even there, I feel like they should just fucking try to get Conor back for Dustin Poirier. And I did like the Paddy Pimblett fight for Dustin Poirier. You know, I feel like you got to make those interesting, like, out-of-pocket matchups a little bit. Not that that's what him and Conor are, but him and Conor have unfinished business. I definitely think Dustin fucks him up, considering the Conor we have right now. Yeah, definitely in that range. Who beats who at 185? I mean, who beats him in 185 because he would have to be a big 185er. I think Jerry's a small 205er. I know Jerry talked about possibly going down to 185. I mean, if Jerry moves down right away, make him versus Robert Whittaker. Make him versus Strickland. Make him versus Imavov. Like, if Jerry comes down and beats Imavov, title contender. If he comes down and beats Strickland, title contender. If he beats Robert Whittaker, title contender. But yeah, for Izzy, I mean, does Izzy fight like a Brendan Allen or a Roman Dolidze? Or a Michelle Pajeda? I don't know. Those fights are just risky for him. Yeah, I thought Jerry was bigger, but Jerry said it himself that he might go down to 185. Yeah, and I think they're trying to, you know, there was speculation of it. I think they're definitely trying to do it. They're stringing Conor along because they want to get a new deal done with Conor, but Conor kind of wants out of his deal to go do his own thing. And they're about to have a new rights deal when the ESPN deal's up. So they want to have that Conor fight or sell to the new rights deal that, oh no, we got Conor for a couple more fights, or we definitely have this super fight with Conor. Where right now they're in completely unknown. Like, remember, Dana always had an answer for when Conor's going to fight. He's going to fight at the end of this year. He's going to fight the first quarter of 2025. They asked him recently, and he said he has no idea what's going on with Conor McGregor. So now he's finally switched to that he has no idea what's going on with Conor McGregor. Versus, if they went to Conor and said, Conor, you're going to fight Dustin Poirier International Fight Week, or Dustin Poirier in the springtime. Conor's getting ready for that fucking fight. But instead they're going, oh, you might fight fucking Chandler. He doesn't give a fuck about Chandler. And then I don't know if they announced it officially, but they're rumoring it is they're going to give Chandler Arman, which is fucking crazy for Arman to take that fight. Just because it's all risk for him. Like, Chandler's nowhere near a title shot, other than that he was going to fight Conor. But if he beats Arman, and even that, I feel like Arman's getting slighted. The way Dana White was so quick to shut down Arman getting a title shot because of his bad back, I don't think Dana White has a bad back. If you have a bad back, you have sympathy for other people with a bad back. Like, once your back's fucked up and your back's out, your shit's fucked up. I get it. I used to be one of those people like, oh, your back? What? You're a fucking pussy. Same thing with the flu. You got the flu, you're a pussy. Then when you get the flu, like I have right now, or you hurt your back, like I have hurt my back, you know, oh, no. Yeah, we need Arman versus Islam, but they're fucking skipping him. They're making him fight again. Is Chandler 1-3 in the UFC? I forget his record, but it's not good. Yeah, who'd he beat? I think he just beat Dan Hooker. And they just keep giving him shots. Yeah, like they should start instead of keep giving Chandler these big fights, they need to start the Chandler Farewell Tour. And start giving him young guys to like build a name off. Not give him Arman, where he might slip on a banana peel, get caught by a fucking Chandler right hand. Like, let me see that. Yeah, like even Chandler, same as like they do with Conor, but they still have Chandler ranked number 7. How? Like, you know who should be fighting fucking Chandler? Paddy Pimblett. That's who should be fighting Chandler. Not fucking Arman. Arman should be fighting Dan, if anything, should be fighting Dan Hooker, Gaethje winner. Or if Max is really going up to 55, you give him Max Holloway. That way, if Max wins, it's not a fucking law. Like Chandler, it's a fucking backstep if Chandler wins. You're not going to, like, if Chandler wins, are they going to give Chandler a title shot? No. Get the fuck out of here, Chandler. It is a marketable fight, though. Chandler versus Islam, but I think Islam kills Chandler. I think we see it with guys like Chandler. You see it with like Eddie Alvarez. I think there's smaller 155ers versus now I think the game's evolved into these bigger guys now. So yeah, I don't know if we're getting Dricus. Dricus might be getting checked out and just going to bang his old lady. And definitely props to Dricus on that. His chick is hot. Yeah. He's got a big following, Chandler. That's what it is. But I am looking forward to Dan Hooker versus Gaethje. That should be a good one. I mean, they're all still hanging out here. Like, we might get Dricus. But definitely a slow burn here. And yeah, I was kind of upset for Arman. Again, I have developed back issues. I know what it's like to have your back just fuck up real quick. And I think that's what was going on with Arman. It led me to think the way Dana discredited him so quickly, maybe it was weight cut issues, but I think it should be Arman versus Islam. We got to get that second fight out of the way. But if Islam's taking time off, then he's not in no rush to get a fight. Where Arman almost needs to fight to keep his place. Thank you for the likes. But yeah, hopefully, if they do give Chandler versus Arman, Arman just fucks him up. And I like Chandler. I've met Chandler before. He's a nice guy. But when they keep giving the guy shots, and the fact that he waited for Conor like that, he fucking lost me with that. I get it. Money fight. If you beat Conor, it changes your life. I think that's what he was going for. He saw how a guy like Dustin Poirier was a fighter. Once he fought Conor and beat Conor, it changed his fucking life. The guy's out here selling hot sauce now. Completely changed his fucking life. That he became a hot sauce salesman. All off beating Conor. You know, that's the type of fight. You beat Conor, you do the right thing afterward, you probably make millions of dollars off that win. Not just from your fight purse, outside, extracurricular shit. Probably a lot of money to be made off beating Conor. Man, the Super Bowl, though. I got to get my bets right for the Super Bowl. Got to get the bets right for the Super Bowl. It sucks that the Chiefs are so inconsistent with who scores their touchdowns, but I'm thinking Hunt and Barkley. Hunt and Barkley is where the money's going. Maybe a little sprinkle on Worthy. But yeah, I don't know if we're getting Dreykus. What's taking so long, Dreykus? But you see, that's like I was saying, there's no real lineup. You would think they have all the people ready to be rolled out, but they go in the back, and what did Dreykus have? Dreykus had a little cut on his nose, so he might be getting some stitches. I don't think so, though. Maybe they're going to wheel Strickland's carcass out here. Have him apologize for that shitty performance. Offer some of the fans their money back for having sitting and watched him lay an egg. To the death, Dutchman! To the death! The fuck you talking about, Strickland? That shit was trash. Absolutely will not get another title shot. There's no way. Like Dana came out and said, oh, he's so tough, he broke his nose and shit. There's no way you watched that fight. The consensus I'm seeing from the fans, there's no way Dana watched that fight and was like, yeah, he's still in the mix. No. He drops down hard off that. But yeah, I was looking at the rankings. I do like him versus Whitaker. I think that's the fight to make. Everyone else, he's kind of already fought. Strickland's not getting another title shot, even if he beats Whitaker. Whitaker's not getting a title shot if he beats Strickland, but they both move up in the rankings if they win. So that's the fight to make. Just getting over the flu. Got a snowstorm going on right now in upstate New York. Shit's fucking terrible. Yeah, I think he's definitely a gatekeeper for title contenders. I mean, he'll beat some guys if he fights better or fights like he used to or fights like he has in the past. But the Strickland I fought tonight, I don't know. I don't know. That shit was rough. Nah, I don't think Israel. I don't like Israel shooting for the title again. I think he needs to take a step down. Almost do like novelty fights. Like I said, I think he should fight MVP, but they seem like they're friends. But I think he needs to take a step down and not try to chase the title because it's only going to get worse for him from here. If he's losing to Imavov, like who's he going to fight? Kamzat? You know, he's not going to rematch Strickland. Only thing he can really do is fight up and comers where he might take losses, and then that's the end of him. Kyle Baharlo, Kamzat. I mean, he could rematch Strickland in a non-title fight. Brendan Allen, Roman Dolidze, Anthony Hernandez, Michelle Pahet. I think that's where he's moving on to. Like I said, give him Bo Nickel. Yeah, this shit's fucking up. You know, they got to save Dana for this type of moment when there's a lull. But I mean, who they're probably only going to have come out because nobody really wants to hear the people on the main card. There was no big name value, so they're just waiting for probably Dricus or Strickland. I don't think they're going to ask Tatiana why she was wrestling so bad tonight. I don't think they're going to get out the translator and ask Teixeira any questions. Nobody cares, unfortunately, what Jake Matthews is going to say. Who's the other one? Jimmy Crute and fucking what's his name? Bellotto. They don't when you have a draw, they don't give a fuck about you. They're not getting fight of the night, they're not getting fucking nothing. Yeah, they're just dragging this. Sometimes they do this where it drags, and then they don't even bring the next guy out. What's up, Ali? You know, they'll just drag this shit out and then just turn it off. Thank you for the follow, David. They got to step this shit up, though. You know, they got to, at these post-fight pressers, they usually, before the post-fight presser, they'll have like some fighters that they bring out. They should save that for like now, for the lulls, you know? Roll out fucking Robert Whitaker, and we could ask him his thoughts on the main event and what's next for him. Roll out fucking random fighters. Yeah. So here's the thing about broken noses, you guys. And now it's like maybe Strickland really did have staff, and it just totally fucked them up. But like I was saying, I've had staff numerous times. What I saw on Strickland's arm, it was healing. It was purple. So that's when it starts to heal. It's a little discolored, but it's been drained. It's not infected. When it's red, that's when you got a problem. And you're about to get cellulitis. Oh, here comes Dricus now. Yeah, antibiotics fuck you up. I fought back in the day on antibiotics, and I felt totally off. But here's Dricus. You think your dad beat you up? That's one of my favorite Dricus' lines. You think your dad beat you up? How are you tonight, Ali?
We also said, you know, you wanted this rematch as kind of a way to end all the questions that might be in fan minds. And outside of that one judge that at 4-1 sweep on the other two five-0, so just how satisfying is this win for Sean?
Absolutely. I think to go out there and beat him at his own game was a big, big priority. Because to go out there and fight the same fighters in Toronto, I would have done the exact same thing. But I didn't. I told you guys the whole week, I'm going to try and knock him out, try and submit him, or try, if this goes to a decision, complete domination. And that's what happened. I thought he was going to initiate the wrestling. But he tried at some stage, but it was too late. And I mean, I just felt great. I felt great out there tonight to show progression. That was the biggest thing, to show that I can submit the best in the world, a guy that's never been submitted. I can go out there and knock people out, and I can go out there and outpoint a guy that outpoints anybody and do it over 5 rounds. That was a big win for me tonight. There was a big performance. To stay calm. When I got his nose, I didn't stay that calm, but I was just running blood. I got back to where I needed to be, and it was an incredible performance. It felt great.
Dane was in here, and he was great performance. We also was very impressed with Sean's tonight, where the fact that when he broke his nose, a lot of fighters, that's the beginning of the end of the game. But Sean, after a bit of fixing his nose, went right back. Stood ready to throw down.
No. He was in front of me moving backwards. He didn't stand in front of me. Otherwise, the crowd wouldn't have been doing it.
But in that moment when you did break his nose, do you think that you were going to put him away?
Yes, I did. I saw him. He was definitely rattled. I could see him going backwards. My coaches, I could hear them going, chill. They were saying, chill out. And I went, here we go. And I honestly thought he was gonna. I thought he was gonna. But to show you the caliber of fighter, the caliber of heart. He's deserving of all the hype. What a tough person. I have all the respect in the world for him.
Did you, after that moment,
Drake is saying he has all the respect in the world for Strickland. He's definitely tough, Strickland. He's got heart, but he needed some offense tonight.
Especially at this level, the poker face is making. I had a terrible poker face. When I'm tired, you can see I'm tired. Just know that I'm not going away. I don't care if you know I'm tired. I'm just not giving up. People have the poker face, and people don't just give up. I thought he might, but you know, he became awkward in the sense where he was doing. He pulled the triggers on himself. You know, he started looking down, just looking away and throwing as hard as he could. And the punches didn't hurt me, but it was where I needed to say, okay, stay calm, let him hit me on the hands, and just keep on winning this fight. Doing it the way we planned it, by beating him every single round.
on the mic at the end, you took it and walked straight at Suarez, but you sent a message to him. There was something online that he challenged you to come up to 205, and you said, is that true? What happened backstage?
Yeah. He came up and he said, did you challenge me? And I was like, I did the whole show. I did the whole movie scene and everything. And you're like, did you challenge me? That's kind of, that's anticlimactic, but sure, yes. And I said, yeah, I did challenge you. But I did, you know, I have the warmth respect for Alex Pereira. I think
So Alex Pereira walked up to Dricus and said, "Did you challenge me?" To which Dricus said, "Yes, I did." So Dricus wants to fight Pereira at 205. Oh, but he just said Hamzat's first.
just you defended Trump. Who you fight, how you defended it, how you've done it, and what period of time you've done it, and who you fought, and making sure that there's no question that I am the best middleweight. I'm not rushing that my next fight is Alex Pereira. No. I want that Hamza next. I think he deserves it.
So he wants Hamzat next, and then Alex Pereira.
Stay out of the court. And last one, obviously a couple of So do you look at the rest of the top 10 of your Division 2 and just kind of point out the future fights coming up? Yeah, I mean, if you look at the top 5, how that's changed. It keeps me as a champion excited. I mean, I thought the change to light heavyweight is going to be a lot quicker, but now the whole top 5 has been almost thrown on its head. If you look at a guy like Easy and Rock, he's been running that division for how many years? Now they are 4 and 5. You have me, Strickland, Hamza. I don't know. Is he in the top 5? It's really irrelevant. You know, they want to give him a shot. You have Kyle and you have Imamov. What a performance by Imamov. I think you make the Kyle and Imamov fight. I think that's the next fight for the title after the fight with Hamza.
So Drake has said they should make Kyle versus Imavov for the number 1 contender after Kamzat.
Strickland said he made it back. That came while I was watching the movie. And the funny thing is my dog is actually named Achilles because I was watching the movie when I named my dog too. And I didn't plan on doing it with Alex Pereira. It seemed like a good idea at the time. But yeah, that was literally it. I was watching the movie and it was pretty cool. I think, yeah. How often do you watch that movie? I've watched it a couple of times, maybe like 17 times, I guess.
I didn't feel that you said that you're happy to not serve water if you don't like sharks. But ironically, you paid from doing something from his nose. With crazy love that.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I don't go in the water. I know what it's like. You can't control yourself. Anyway, congratulations.
I'm very interested to know what you think about, where Sean Strickland's going to be going next. I don't know if you like matchmaking, but do you think there could be a good
Yeah, do Plessis versus Kamzat's going to be good. It's tough though. I'm pretty sure that's still the story on Kamzat is he can't get back into America. I think he's like labeled as a terrorist.
He said Rob only has a blitz. Oh, that would be great.
I think it's specific where Rob was a can.
Yeah, but you said Rob was a cat. It's very different than Rob is a cat.
Correct.
He said Rob was a cat when he fought Hamza, which is completely different than Rob is a cat. But he did say Tickers beat Rob and Rob only has a blitz. But that's only like that'll be like now. I think the Sunday rematch will be amazing. Yeah, that's what's gonna happen. Yeah, it's gonna be a fight night. Main event. I know.
And on Nasser Imavov as well, he's in an interesting position where some have said he's done enough to potentially get punished off with his that comes out his next. Do you think he needs one more win to be in that conversation?
It doesn't matter what I think. We all know what's gonna happen. Like, what do you think makes more money? Yeah, Hamza or me and Imavov?
You could also have Imavov. I know you said maybe not, but him and Sean Strickland because Sean has beaten Imavov.
They got to do Strickland versus Robert Whitaker.
So
That's the fight. Thank you for the like, Brad. Strickland versus Robert Whitaker.
That's the position we are in. I'm the president. Where to be? Still be. Excuse me. If I'm alive, where hypothetically would be burner, would you still be? Yes, absolutely, eventually. But let you put that out there.
Sorry, thank you, mate.
Thank you.
Going back to Strickland and Israel, you fought both of them in the last 12 months. From the versions you've fought with both those fighters, who do you think wins between the two of them?
Jeez, you guys are not asking like the normal lame questions. Like it's sometimes weird.
I don't even know what the fuck that guy just asked. We already saw. I think he asked who would win, Strickland versus Pajeda, but we've already seen Strickland versus Pajeda. They're trying to sell me Dave's Hot Chicken. Unskippable ad. Uh.
My coach asked me once, he said, do you hate the people you fight? I said, no, like, it's literally one of my mottos. It's never personal. It's literally just business. I'm quite fond of some of the people I fight. And he said, well, why are you trying to kill everybody you fight with in every single fight? So you just go and you try to murder them the whole time. And you, like, over and trying to think, why? I said, I don't know. When I get in there, that's what I'm thinking. I want to kill. That's what my brain goes is die or kill. That's what it is. And for this fight, that was the plan. You've proven that you can do that. Please, let's show the world that you can be accurate, that you can stay calm, that you can be technical and fight that fight. And it took a lot of brain from my side. The way that I used to fight, to have that in that pocket, it's amazing because I always had that. I always had, I will never live, I can't live that. Is who I am. But to go out there and fight the way I did tonight showed so much self-control and showed that I can do what I need to do. I can do what my coaches tell. I'm a trainable athlete. I am coachable and I am ever improving. As a world champion that has defended the belt against the best middleweight ever, one of these, I can still improve by a long shot. And that's what I've proved to myself, my coaches, and the world tonight. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Video coming out of the sharing word stage after the fight. You have a lesson on what the words you shared. Yeah, I told him he was ugly before, obviously when we fought, because he's not a pretty person. But, and yeah, he all thought so. But when I saw him after that, when I hit him on the nose, I went, wow.
Do I like Antonio Brown? Yeah, I think he's funny.
Wow. And he did. I was like, oh, and he tried to break his nose back.
Definitely has CTE.
And for some weird reason, I was giving him the opportunity. I was like, okay, let him get his nose. He went like that. And I went, okay. And then I went like, no, punch this guy in the face while he's trying to do that. And I went forward, and he kept doing this. But to the right side. And his nose to that side. And I was thinking to myself, right, the other way. You should try and break it the other way. He kept pushing it to the same side before we broke it. And then he came back after that round, after the watched it again and just broke all the way again. I'm like, oh, sucks to be you right now. I hope it was a hit, but I'd say so far, not much.
I lurk on Twitter. I don't have a Twitter, really. I have a Twitter. I have a Menace and the Man Twitter that I just lurk on. I don't really post. I gotta make my own Twitter.
I want to fight, but I don't get that.
You know, I go on Twitter sometimes, find a street fight, and then I just start going through them, and you get, that's a good thing about Twitter, is they'll give you, you watch one video, they'll give you 10 more of what you just watched. So I usually go on there to watch some of the crazy shit, because they don't censor shit. That's why I like Twitter. No, not a lot of censorship on Twitter. What did Kanye West do on Twitter? That's fucking fake Kanye. That's not Kanye West. Remember he said, if I ever disappear and I come back, it's not me. I just saw a clip of it. I didn't get to watch the clip, but I saw Bryce Mitchell was just on Rampage's podcast. I gotta watch it. I don't know what the fuck this guy's asking. Yeah, Bryce Mitchell's probably an entertaining get, but he's fucking crazy, Bryce Mitchell. Some of the shit he says. I love that one video though. You ever see that one video of Bryce Mitchell when he won? And I think he said freedom. He held the Bible up and was like, freedom. Guy's a fucking nut job. Right? That's what he yelled. Freedom! With the Bible.
And now it's gonna be tacos. That's a great memory. I've had sushi after the win, the taco one. Oh, my beautiful fiance had nachos. I think.
Kanye wants to sell a blank t-shirt with a SWAT stick in the middle. Yeah, Kanye's nuts. I saw him tweeting something like that. Elon Musk stole his move or something.
She is amazing. So fasted with me in Vietnam, not even drinking, not engagement, not even having any alcohol, not having a single.
Man, though, I said it earlier. I'll say it again, though. She's not on TV right now, but you can go look her up. His chick is bad. Well, good on you, Dreykus. His chick is hot. And I like how Dreykus just ended his own interview because they were asking him stupid fucking questions. Nice. Out of focus camera shot of the champ. Oh, my back's killing me. I started my first spinal decompression. It felt good, but it takes time. I definitely got a lot more to do. They say it takes a few sessions before you start to feel effects. You know, it's like after each one, you have like a week of healing. Yeah, DDP's chick is a 10. She's hot. Strickland's chick, she's a hit or miss. Tonight she looked good when she was walking in. I fucked with it. And now I'm like, what do I do? Do I watch? I could watch the Jackson podcast. I could watch this Fight Companion. Or I could go back to watching I was rewatching Power. If you guys never seen Power, highly recommend it. It's a great fucking show. But what am I at? I'm at 6 hours and 27 minutes. So I've been streaming for a minute. I didn't do the prelims. I watched them. I didn't live stream them. And then I got on, started having technical difficulties. Then I finally got on. But subpar night of fights. I wasn't thoroughly entertained. There were some good ones, but nothing crazy. I was hoping the co-main event and the main event would really deliver. They did not. But Jay Slice, I'm going to get out of here. Everyone else over here, I'm going to get out of here. Please drop me a follow. Throw me some likes. I appreciate you guys for joining me, and I'll see you guys next Saturday for Rodriguez versus, what's his name? Jared Cannonier. Well, see you later. All right, Jay Slice. Have a good night. Enjoy the Super Bowl if you're watching it tomorrow. Let's go Eagles.